Hello, and welcome to the second annual State of Democracy Summit. When we gathered last year for our first Democracy Summit, it was just a few months after the January 6th insurrection. Clearly, that moment was a fraught one for our nation and the democratic system that has distinguished and sustained us for the last 250 years, making our conversation feel particularly timely. Now, 12 months later, we come together again to ask what has changed and what has not. Helping us to answer these questions are some of the leading minds and most inspiring voices from the worlds of public policy, law, activism, journalism, cybersecurity, and academia. With them, we'll look at topics including how activism can heal our democracy, the threat to our democracy posed by information warfare, the right to vote and how best to guarantee it, the role of the Supreme Court in our country and what it should be going forward, polarization in America and how deep the divisions in the electorate really are, the role that journalism can and should play in safeguarding democracy both here and abroad, and the opportunity for legislative reforms to ensure that our democracy remains representative of our diverse electorate. Before we dive into these conversations, I want to take a moment to thank a few people. First, I want to express our gratitude to the summit's lead sponsor, Craig Newmark Philanthropies, a very generous contribution from which is not only supporting today's forum, but a full year of pro-democracy programming at 92Y entitled the Newmark Civic Life Series. I also want to express our gratitude to our co-presenter and partner, Aspen Digital, for their role in helping us to organize today's conversations about democracy, activism, journalism, and information warfare. And of course, I want to express our gratitude to all of you for joining us today here online. If you find today's summit to be stimulating and thought-provoking, we hope you'll visit our website at 92y.org to learn more about the wide range of programming offered at the 92nd Street Y. There, you'll also see the many ways in which we at 92Y remain committed to strengthening the bonds that unite us and ensuring that our community, our city, and our nation all remain open and inclusive for generations to come. And now, let's start today's event. Thank you again for engaging with us and for tuning in.
Hi, my name is Vivian Schiller, and I'm Executive Director of Aspen Digital, a program of the Aspen Institute. Our mission is to empower policymakers, civic organizations, companies, and the public to be responsible stewards of technology and media in the service of a more informed, just, and equitable world. We are thrilled to be co-presenting the second State of Democracy Summit with the 92nd Street Y. Our two organizations share a common belief in the tenets of American democracy and a free exchange of ideas across a spectrum of viewpoints, domains, and sectors. This year, we are particularly focused on the intersection of technology and democracy and how digital environments might reduce rather than incite harmful myths and disinformation. The doers and thinkers you will hear from come with deep knowledge and expertise on how we got to this moment of crisis of faith in our democratic institutions, and with some suggestions and pathways of how we might find our way out of the situation. We hope this forum inspires you to perform your own civic actions to better the state of our democracy. Thank you for joining us, and welcome.
Hey folks, welcome, and thanks for joining us at the State of Democracy Summit version 2.0. I'm Craig Newmark, and I'm better known, I guess, as the Craigslist guy. But for a long time now, years, I've been focused a lot on philanthropy, focusing on supporting organizations and initiatives which care deeply about democracy, fairness, opportunity, and respect for everyone. I'm seriously proud to be a sponsor of the State of Democracy Summit and of the upcoming Year of Civic Programming at the 92nd Street Y, which we're calling the Newmark Civic Life Series. I believe our democracy only survives by supporting institutions and supporting events that value truth, that promote intellect, that create community, and foster inclusivity. Our democracy needs safe spaces like the 92nd Street Y. It's an important center of conversation because even when we don't agree, we need to break out of our silos. We need to engage each other to face online regarding critical issues like fair and free elections and freedom of the press. That's how we pave the path towards a more perfect union. These themes and more will be explored in great detail via the Democracy Summit panelists. Today's forum is a great opportunity to learn a little more, to challenge ourselves, and to think critically. Folks, thanks for participating and making the State of Democracy Summit part of your civic journey. Now, let's start the summit.
I'm Vivian Schiller. I'm Executive Director of Aspen Digital, and I'm really thrilled to be here with you today. This month, as everyone knows, marks the one-year anniversary since the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Depending on your point of view, that day was either a testament to democracy's resilience, or it was a bullet that we just narrowly dodged. More troubling, at least to me, is what's happened since then. The growing hold that the big lie has on so many Americans, troubling changes to voting rules, and the increasing polarization, so much of it racially motivated, is very disturbing. All indications that we cannot take our democracy for granted, and also stark evidence that some communities are at more risk than others. So what do we do? That's the question. I am really lucky to be joined here today by Rashad Robinson, the president of Color of Change, which is the leading racial justice organization driven by more than 7 million members who are building power for Black communities. I'm also happy to call Rashad my friend and the co-chair of the recently wrapped Aspen Commission on Information Disorder, which looked at solutions and actual actionable steps that government, private industry, and civil society can take to help repair some of the challenges to our really toxic information ecosystem. Our panel is called How Can Activism Repair Democracy? And we're really lucky to have Rashad because, of course, Color of Change is a leading activist organization. So first of all, hello, Rashad, welcome.
Thank you. Great
Before I start talking to you, so nice to see you and Happy New Year. We were talking just before we started recording this panel, and you made an interesting point about the title. Again, how can activism repair our democracy? You took exception with the word repair, which implies fixing something that maybe was perfect beforehand, or maybe not so much. So talk to me about that.
Yeah, I mean, for me, when I think about repair, as the son of a contractor, as a person who sometimes has to fix things myself, I think about how do we restore something? How do we make something the same as it once was, or operate the way that it used to operate? And for this country to truly sort of move forward, we can't think about our democracy as something that we repair, but constantly thinking about how do we make sure that our democracy actually works for the time. And that means that we have to not think about how to go backwards, but constantly think about how do we go forward? How do we constantly expand the table, expand the number of seats, recreate the table so that more of us have a voice, and that the ways in in which we're able to come together, deal with all the deep levels of imbalances to power and access and opportunity. And so, the work in order to make democracy work for all of us, in order to make sure that we all have a voice, regardless of whether we are privileged or vulnerable, in the majority or the minority, or in favor or out of favor with whoever may be in power at any particular time, means that we have to constantly engage the rules of our democracy and make sure that they are situated to include all of our voices in all of our communities.
I couldn't agree with you more. Making this more challenging than it would be ordinarily is the fact that the very foundations of democracy, to many, feel a little bit rocky right now. It'd be one thing if we had the same kind of maybe confidence in democracy as we had prior to the Trump era, quite frankly. But now we have a really rocky foundation upon which to also look at a much more inclusive, a much more participatory democracy. So how do you think about these challenges and the work of your organization on top of concerns about things like, will there be, will the next presidential election have vote, certifications overturned on the state level? We've got really fundamental issues for all Americans.
Yeah, I mean, in so many ways, I've had a lot of time to reflect on this. We're coming right off of, honoring and celebrating the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King. And when I think about the legacy of Dr. King, I not just think about him as sort of a leader, but all of the folks who participated in continuing that work of making our democracy work, the efforts to bring about the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965, two seminal pieces of legislation that actually were written rules around how our democracy should work, but recognizing that all of these things require people. They require people and institutions to continue to uphold them, to continue to recognize that we have a shared faith, that we are better together, working together, than we are sort of fighting for our own individual concerns, and that the ideas of whether or not we may disagree politically around issues shouldn't sort of supersede the ideas of all of us having a voice. And I think when I think about that, I think about the role of leadership across many sectors. And Vivian, we talked about this a lot in the Aspen Commission report, the role of leadership and actually dealing with misinformation and disinformation, and not just leadership from government, but leadership across the private sectors, the role of corporate America, the role of institutions in the academy, or institutions that uphold standards in journalism, or in the medical world or in the legal world, and who we platform and uplift and how we hold one another accountable. In order to make sure our democracy works for all of us, we're going to actually need all of us to participate like it's in danger, and to recognize that it only will work if all of us sort of engage in a way that recognizes the sort of deep vulnerabilities any institutions have when people have to come together to make them work.
It's interesting, Rashad, you talk about the sense of feeling that our democracy is vulnerable. And I think that, for communities of color, that's probably been a long-standing sentiment. For many others, it's a brand new phenomenon to feel that that democracy is not is at risk, and is at risk at not serving all Americans. And so, anyway, I just wanted to reflect on that for a moment.
Yeah, I mean, the idea that all of our voices might not be heard, or votes might not be certified, or that our participation, might not be counted as legitimate is not a new concern for communities of color. And even this idea of vulnerability, right, which can oftentimes be seen as a personal trait, when in fact, it's not just that our democracy is vulnerable in some sort of benign way. The democracy is under attack. it's under threat, because this idea of democracies that work for all of us is not something that everybody actually wants, right? People want democracy that may just work for them, or democracy that allows them to hold on to more power at the expense of these principles. And even from the very foundations of our democracy, when we looked at who had the right to participate, who had the right to make sure that their voices were heard and could participate, there were always these ideas and these rules put in place to prevent everyone from being able to participate and everyone from being able to be counted. And so if we understand that is part of the sort of condition of how people have come together in this country. My friend Heather McGee talks a lot about the America being a land of ancestral strangers, people who have come from all different lands to try to make something work here in this country. And the idea of a multiracial democracy working and thriving is an experiment. But in any experiment, we have to put our best foot forward and have to do the work to deal with all the ways in which power imbalances, access and opportunity is not something that we can just take for granted.
All right. Well, now that I think we have successfully reframed this panel from how can activism repair our democracy to how can activism give us the democracy we really have always wanted, let's turn now to what can be done and to the role of activism and how that is deployed. So talk a little bit about, particularly the work that you're doing, Color of Change is doing. Where is that activism showing up, and to what communities or sectors?
Well, at Color of Change, we believe that people don't experience issues, we experience life, that the forces that hold us back are deeply interrelated. So a racist criminal justice system requires a racist media culture to keep it alive, to help it to thrive. That economic inequality goes hand in hand with political inequality. And so we have to focus just as much on power as we focus on any individual issues. And we also cannot mistake presence, visibility, and awareness for power, right? We can oftentimes mistake sort of the ideas that we know about January 6th, and people are talking about it, and maybe stories have been written about it as enough, right? Presence is really important, and conversations are important, and elevating these issues is important. But power is the ability to change the rules. And so our work at Color of Change every single day is about translating presence into power, giving people strategic ways to take action to hold institutions and leaders accountable. Color of Change was actually founded during what I think of as one of the great failures of our democracy, of our systems over the last 20 years. And that was Hurricane Katrina. And I think about Katrina in a number of ways. I think about our work and think about the work as we move forward, because Black folks were literally on their roofs begging for the government to do something and left to die. And the thing about Katrina is that it once again illustrates all those things that people knew, those issues that people already knew about. In the case of Katrina, you have geographic segregation, generational poverty, the impacts of what we've done to our planet, and all the ways in which structural racism undergirds the failures of so many systems. But at the heart was that no one was nervous about disappointing Black people. And it wasn't just the government, it wasn't just corporations, it wasn't just media, it was all of those institutions. And when institutions are not nervous about disappointing your community, it doesn't matter what kind of research report you have that illustrates all the facts and figures. It doesn't matter what you do in the courts if you don't have the power to implement it. It doesn't matter what folks in Silicon Valley build. We're not going to code ourselves out of systemic racism. And so part of what we try to do every single day through this translating presence to power is building the sort of efforts to hold institutions and decision makers accountable. Because in many ways, that is what democracy is about. It's about us having enough power to hold institutions accountable. And it's about communities being able to build collective action to get the things that they need, to make sure our economy works, to make sure our voices are heard. All of those things are incredibly important. And so that's what we're doing. And we're doing it across a number of issues, but we're doing it with a deep recognition of organizing a base to make that heard. And so sometimes it's about holding corporations accountable for how they engage in our government, how they fund politicians, making sure there's visibility around who's funding those January 6th politicians. It's about holding media and institutions accountable for disinformation and misinformation, holding Silicon Valley accountable and tech platforms accountable, and then working to make sure that we change the rules and the laws along the way. And so, I think about all of those as important, but none of it happens without people. None of it happens without everyday people joining us and making their voices heard.
So you mentioned, I want to get more specific now about how that activism is manifested. So you talked about, I heard you just talk about at least three sectors. You talked about the tech companies. You talked about sort of more broadly corporate America and the way that they're funding or not funding certain political actors. And you talked about government action. So did I capture sort of those three?
Yeah.
So talk a little bit about specifically the work that you're doing in each of those areas and its impacts, and how people that are listening to this, listening to us today, can be part of that.
So across Silicon Valley, we're doing work to push tech companies to do racial equity audits, to look at sort of the role and decisions that are being made in their companies as it relates to race. We're working to make real demands on these companies in terms of their policies and their practices every single day. In terms of corporate America, we watched in 2020 as many corporations said Black Lives Matter and committed to actually engaging around their practices around race. And we saw deep failures from moving from statements to action. And we've relaunched something called Beyond the Statement. And Beyond the Statement is a platform that actually focuses on corporate America and really pushes these companies to put in place real actions, real demands. But when I think about all of these things, it's not enough to simply ask companies and corporations to do better if they're not actually held accountable by rules and laws, by structures that make sure that they have to play by the same rules as anyone else, that we can pass laws around civil rights, and those in Silicon Valley can decide whether or not they're going to follow those rules, because those with more money, those with more power can make decisions about what rules work for them and when they have immunity and don't have immunity. And so part of how we sort of have to work across all of these sectors is build up enough energy, build up enough will from the public, and build up enough of the sort of power to make sure that those who make decisions know there'll be consequences for inaction. We have to build all of that to make sure that we are constantly pushing the ball forward. And, at Color of Change, we really think about how do we leverage the sort of 21st century tools and the 21st century ways of communicating to be able to help people respond effectively to the injustice around them, but also fight to actually change the rules. So it's not just responding, but it's about building the type of pressure so we get new rules down the road. And going back to this idea of not mistaking presence for power, when we mistake presence for power, we can sometimes think that we've done something that we haven't done just because it can feel good, right? So we can think a Black president means that we are post-racial. It doesn't mean that a Black president's bad, but it means that thinking that we're post-racial actually prevents us from actually dealing with the challenges. We can sometimes think that America loving and celebrating Black celebrities means that America loves Black people as much as America loves Black culture, and America can love and celebrate and oftentimes monetize Black culture and hate Black people at the same time. And those two things don't always have to be in conflict. And so part of how we have to operate across each of these sectors is this idea of power, because communities that have oftentimes been targeted, exploited, held back are not going to win if we don't actually organize and build sort of the engagement. And so I oftentimes say that we will always lose in the back rooms if we don't have the people lined up at the front door. And so across each of these sectors, we recognize the work of lining people up at the front door. And for people who want to be part of that effort, who want to be part of that collective struggle, they only have to join us at colorofchange.org. And at that way, we can help direct you to all of the sort of ways in which we are working every single day to hold these institutions accountable, to build more power, and in the process, making democracy work for all of us.
Yeah, the lines, I think, it's looking around the world today, it's hard not to come to the conclusion that the lines have been drawn, and they're perhaps unmovable in the sense of who remains to be a persuadable, so to speak, who can move from the camp of not being persuaded in these issues being important to become part of the solution. And by that I mean, I'm really let's give it a name. It's Trump has been out of office now for a year, but Trumpism is very, very, very much alive, and tens and tens of millions of people in this country are reading the kind of media that isn't necessarily going to draw them to the same kind of conclusions and draw them to the same kind of agreement of the change that needs to happen. How do you galvanize people at a time when we're so polarized?
Yeah, I think it's important that we are honest with ourselves around sometimes the failures of our side to tell a powerful story to people about the pain that they're facing, the challenges that we are really facing. Trump told a story. It was a story of blame, and he blamed immigrants, he blamed Black people, he blamed women, he blamed all sorts of people for the harms and concerns. And he told a story that allowed people to think that their pain was being caused by people who were simply fighting for more equity, for a better tomorrow. But far too often, those who want a democracy that allows us all to participate tell stories of inequality that are unfortunate rather than unjust. And what I mean by that, Vivian, is that we oftentimes hear stories that think about inequality, that kind of animate inequality as almost like a car accident, like it sort of just happened. And when we tell stories that are unfortunate rather than unjust, we get charitable solutions to structural problems. So we will have people thinking that it's enough to send water bottles to Flint instead of holding corporations who don't pay their fair share accountable to make sure our pipes are actually clean. We will think it's enough to have a service day at an inner city school instead of actually dealing with the inequalities in public education. We will think it's enough to simply deal with reentry programs rather than recognizing that in order to deal with the fact that the United States has 4% of the world's population and 25% of the world's incarcerated population means that we have to address these issues at the structural level. But because these stories are told in ways that oftentimes, even from sort of a language perspective, put the active voice on the people and the passive voice on the system. So we hear people say Black people are less likely to get a loan from the bank instead of saying banks are less likely to give loans to Black people. And on one hand, people may think, that's just semantics, Rashad. But if you say, banks are less likely to give loans to Black people, you actually start questioning what's happening with the banks. On the other hand, you have people asking what's wrong with Black people and trying to fix Black people to deal with institutions which have targeted, exploited, redlined us from the very beginning. And so all of this for us, I like to think about this in terms of what can we do? How can we change our language? How can we build the type of stories and tell the type of stories that actually help people not just feel like they can be on our side, but know how to be on our side, how to fight, how to bring more people in, and then where we need to direct people's energy to actually do the work, right? That, I think, is part of what we can do to address the kind of story that are out there. And to be clear, people who are down the well on misinformation and disinformation are not our audience here, right? It is so many other people who are out here looking at the stories that are being told. And when a big lie about Black history in the teaching of Black history is being told, that is trying to sort of ban Martin Luther King and Rosa Parks from our schools, it's not enough to tell people, oh, we're not teaching that. We actually have to tell the story that these are the same people that want to make sure that girls don't learn math, that didn't want gay teachers in school, that wanted to ban evolution and climate change from being taught. And now they want to ban Martin Luther King and Rosa Parks. And that is how we tell the stories to people who are watching this and wondering what side to be on and how to be engaged the right way. And I think that the more we can stand up, push back, and tell stories that give people the ability to be on our side, to recognize that we are the protagonists in the American story of democracy, because protagonists are people who constantly have to fight in any story to make something work and face tons of uphill battles in that fight. We will be able to get more people on our side. And we'll be able to face down the villains, whether they are Donald Trump, whether it's Trumpism and all those that will fall sort of behind them, or whether they are the enablers, those that sort of don't play a political side, but will side with whoever may be more profitable to their sort of self-interest, even if it's at the expense of our society.
Yeah. Well, you make such an important point when you're talking about the way stories are told, and even about headlines, which sort of brings us to the media and the role of the media. In many ways, your point is taken about we need to move from presence to power, but of course the media is presence. In the case of the media, is the power. In many ways, particularly as there are more and more media outlets and camps forming around less, more reliable and less reliable media. I know that's a big area of focus for you. We only have a couple of minutes left, so I want to just give you sort of final word, in terms of that kind of storytelling, and also, a sort of more to end on a more hopeful. Although you're always very hopeful, which I really appreciate it. I'm sort of at a deficit of that these days. Tell us what you're most hopeful for that we can achieve in this coming year.
I'm constantly hopeful in terms of how people are willing to put themselves on the line, to engage, to participate, to raise their voices. I think about the summer of 2020, right? When so many of us were quarantined in our homes, if we were privileged enough to be there. I think that there was a time when many people thought that the best this country could do at that time in terms of activism was clap outside of our windows or uplift investigative journalism. And it was racial injustice that drove people into the streets, that pushed people to raise their voices. And when I say people, I'm talking about multiracial groups of people joining together to fight for a better tomorrow together, raising their voices, families coming out, raising their voices, making donations, registering voters, doing so much work to save these ideas of democracy that weren't just about their own personal participation, but about what was about their neighbors' participation. And in a country that has dealt with so much racial strife, that it was founded on the persecution and genocide of Native and Indigenous populations and the servitude and exploitation and violence against Black communities, leaving out women of all races and so many others, that it was racial justice that drove people to action. And so I think the thing I really want to lead people on is that a true democracy will not produce racial justice. Racial justice is going to produce a true democracy. Because in a country that was founded on so much racial strife, our potential, our hope, our opportunity has to live in this idea that all of us can come together to right those harms, to build a better tomorrow. And we know that it's possible because time and time again, some of our best moments as we commemorate Dr. Martin Luther King, as we think about the summer of 2020, have come out of pain, but have been part of this idea of hope. And so I constantly have hope about what a better tomorrow could look like. Media has a role. Corporate America has a role. government has a role, and every single one of us has a role to make sure that we are doing everything we possibly can to make tomorrow better for all of us.
Rashad, I am always inspired when I listen to you, and today is no exception. Thank you so much. Those are such inspiring words and really a hopeful message for the new year. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you everybody for being listening to this conversation. All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Craig Newmark back, the Craigslist guy. I particularly wanted to introduce this next panel discussion because we're talking about the startling and really disturbing trend of disinformation and to discuss the threat it really poses to our national security. And this is an area where I'm particularly passionate and particularly concerned. Americans have never had greater access to information, but it's gotten tougher and tougher to figure out when that information is trustworthy or if it just sounds trustworthy and smells trustworthy. What's worse, the insurrection on January 6th of last year showed how terrible the power of misinformation and its ability to galvanize the public can be. People were persuaded to make violent and destructive decisions, and that really hurt our country. The panel you're about to hear will discuss information warfare and its impact on our country and the state of our democracy. They'll talk about what leaders can do, whether they're in elected positions or advocates, as well as what the everyday citizen can do to curb the spread of misinformation and disinformation. Aspen Digital cybersecurity guy, Garrett Graff, is going to moderate a conversation between seriously esteemed cybersecurity and technology experts to unpack this big issue. Stay tuned.
Welcome to the Aspen Digital 92Y conversation at the State of Democracy Summit about information warfare and the threats of disinformation to our democracy. I'm joined by three super brilliant panelists. I'm Garrett Graff. I'm the director of the cyber initiative at Aspen Digital. And this is a problem and a challenge that our Aspen team has spent a lot of this last year thinking long and hard about as part of the Aspen Institute's Commission on Information Disorder. I'm joined today by two of that commission's commissioners, Yasmin Green and Will Hurd, as well as one of the commission's technical advisors, Alicia Wanless, for what I think will be a great conversation about the challenges that we face to our information ecosystem in the American democracy in 2022. Alicia, I want to start with you because you come at this as a geopolitical strategic thinker. Your work at the Carnegie Endowment sort of focuses on the really big geopolitical questions about countering information operations. And I wonder if you could give us a little bit of a landscape, sort of set the table stakes for us about why we are talking about this problem at a State of Democracy Summit. It feels like we have just seen this tidal wave of disinformation swamp our politics and our daily lives over the last couple of years, from the 2016 and 2020 elections to COVID vaccines to Pizzagate to QAnon. And while some of this feels organic, the outgrowth of the reach of social media platforms, a lot of this is actually stemming or being amplified by organized bad actors. And I wonder if you could talk a little bit about what the goal of disinformation campaigns are for bad faith actors and how we have seen this problem evolve over the last couple of years.
Sure. Thank you for having me, Garrett. One of the big issues, I think, is that we tend to think this is extremely novel, and it's not. It's been around for a long time. Thucydides bemoaned the fact that they believed things about Sparta that they chose to believe that were inaccurate. And this is something that has been perennially with us. Our bigger issue is that now that we've found this one kind of type of threat, we're hyper focused on it. We see it everywhere, but we don't really have a great baseline for understanding what was before, whether it actually has increased or not. And we don't really have a great way of looking at it holistically to understand how it's happening in context. And part of that issue is that we're looking at things very focused on threats and threat actors, as opposed to how they may be engaging with a wider ecosystem. The reason why it's problematic for democracies, I think it's become painfully apparent, particularly during the pandemic, is it affects public decision-making. So politicians may be influenced by what's happening there. In most cases, politicians are also engaging with it. And that becomes even more challenging because people tend to believe people in a position of authority or people they think are like them. And so this makes disinformation coming from a politician that they respect perhaps even more salient and dangerous.
One of the things that, and you sort of started to touch on this, I think, is the extent to which we sometimes misunderstand what the goal of organized disinformation campaigns are. That it's not just about trying to convince people of an alternate truth or an alternate reality, it's in some ways trying to create permission structures for people to believe what they are already inclined to believe. And I wonder if you could talk a little bit about that and sort of the way that a bad actor might try to think strategically about the goals of disinformation.
Obviously, each actor is going to have their own aim for doing it. You could break them out into three broad categories. One is the type of actor that's seeking power. So they're a political actor, let's say, and they may be engaging in that in order to mobilize followers to support them. A second group tends to be the proselytizers. So these are people who may have bought into a certain ideology or belief, and they're engaging in it to try to get people to come along on their side as well. Sometimes the proselytizers and the politicians intersect, especially if there is mutual interest, and they can switch roles. All categories can be defined. I think the third area that's often underlooked are the people who are doing this for profit. And so they may not be directly invested in the ideas they're espousing. They're just doing it in order to make money. Sometimes, again, they align with and believe the things that proselytizers and politicians are pushing. What becomes really challenging is that all of these guys are trying to capture an audience among consumers who tend to be unwitting. But really the aim, especially in social media, is to get them to become participants in this. It's kind of a form of participatory propaganda where average users then grab onto an idea and start spreading it themselves, and this amplifies things. This is what makes it particularly challenging to really be able to study. And then add into that mix that you may have those actors deliberately doing things, but then you have a very robust traditional media ecosystem that's picking it up, amplifying it, and giving it more attention.
Yasmin, we're here today at this summit on the state of democracy, and one of the things that the Aspen Commission confronted and stated plainly in its final report is that disinformation is often a symptom, but not the disease in democracy. That much of what we are seeing are foreign actors or bad faith actors exploiting existing seams and systemic inequalities around race, religion, class, ethnicity, and so forth. I wonder if you could sort of talk about how you see that challenge and where you see effectively sort of the benefit of disinformation accruing to the people who are trying to forward these campaigns.
Yeah, so I work at a group called Jigsaw, which is a part of Google, a semi-autonomous unit, and we actually have as our mission to defend open societies. So we spend a lot of time thinking about the role that the internet could play to promote healthy democracies, and then also that it's actually that's being played to undermine that goal. And 10 years ago when we started, we had very distinct focus areas like, tackling violent extremism or censorship, hate and harassment. And over time, it's become apparent that misinformation and disinformation just apply across all of them. So they really are not distinct lanes. They always come accompanied by one another. And in particular, over the last few years, the role of conspiracy theories, which I think is a distinct type of misinformation. I think it's helpful to distinguish it from just false and misleading beliefs. With conspiracy theories, we're really grappling with world views that are not just about what's happening, but also why it's happening. And those are really powerful because they become part of people's identities and ideologies, as Alicia said, and they can really be used to mobilize people towards action. So whether you're doing that, politically, for political motivation or for profit, or to recruit and mobilize people towards violent extremist movements. So on one hand, we have the challenge that this is a human problem, not a tech problem, but we want to see if we can affect it with technology. There's no single definition for mis and disinformation, and we found in the commission in particular that depending on one's own lived experience and the constituency that they're representing, we tend to prioritize different manifestations of misinformation. So if you're from a repressive country, I'm from Iran, you think about the government actually using disinformation to censor, for example, independent media or opposition groups. If you're a social, racial justice activist, you think about the role of mis and disinformation in promoting white supremacy and kind of retarding the social justice movement. So that was a very interesting. It was really interesting, I suppose, for all of those different equities and priorities to come to the fore, with really only the takeaway that this is a phenomenon that's affecting every single societal challenge.
Mm-hmm. Will, you've had a variety of different windows into this challenge. First as a CIA officer, more recently serving on the U.S. House Intelligence Committee during the years where this problem really came to the fore. I wonder if you could talk about your own view of this challenge and how you think about the different actors in this space, their different goals, and how you've sort of seen your own thinking on this challenge evolve over the last couple of years as an elected official.
Sure, and I just want to foot stomp everything that my co-panelists have said. This is super interesting, even for me, who had a number of these conversations. But I look at this. It's the same problem, but there's two parts to it. There's a foreign piece, there's a domestic piece. And what complicates this is the people that are involved in understanding and countering these two pieces are different folks, right? And so the foreign piece is a little bit easier, in my opinion, because who's supposed to deal with that is very clear. It's our foreign policy apparatus, it's our intelligence services. I think the best example of good use is in civic, countering violent extremism, that Yasmin was talking about earlier. We know who those people are. We know the communities they're trying to target. We know the messages that they're using. We know the counter messaging that can be used to inoculate those communities from that payload, right? And so that's one thing. We also know who those people are. The Russians are, and as Alicia had said, this is not new. The Russians have been perfecting the use of mis and disinformation for decades. Even when I was in the CIA and would come across a Russian intelligence officer, these old school spy versus spy, they would always want to use race and be like, does your government care about you because you're a black officer? And it's like, bro, this isn't the 50s and the 60s, and so that stuff that you saw, I saw even back then. So, but what has changed, in my opinion, 2016, you had Russian groups creating and fomenting discord on social media, and then that was bleeding off into the real world. Right. And I think in 2020, it changed in the domestic piece where these are people with blue checks. Right. These are our influencers that were propagating and promoting some of these lies, misinformation, and disinformation. And so when it comes to the domestic piece, the government's role and the federal government's role in this is a little bit trickier because the government shouldn't be telling people what to do. You have these platforms that should be providing terms of services and how they're being used. We know how these users are taking advantage of the platforms to propagate a message. And so it's a trickier issue to deal with. But again, to go back to Alicia's point, I started my first elected campaign in 2009. My biggest expense was mail, like physical mail in mailboxes. And if I were to keep track of all the mail that was sent in 2009 for campaigns, there'd be some crazy things that are said in mail, right? The difference was not everybody was seeing it, right? And I think that's what makes a social media and in the social media being used as a tool to propagate these messages.
Will, do you think that there's anything that we can do either as a country, as a political system, as a government to avoid normalizing disinformation as a political tool? I think what you're talking about is, there's sort of always been in American politics, this like one thread of, campaign dirty tricks. And, you can go back to, Lee Atwater and Willie Horton and, going back further and, sort of the campaign tactics that veer into misinformation and disinformation. But it seems like we're living through a different moment now where candidates are facing and amplifying, sometimes even themselves in their campaigns, lies that we know are actually lies. And I wonder if you think, as a campaign veteran, as an intelligence officer, is this something where this is now what normal American politics is going to be like, or is there something that we can do to change the arc of our political discussion at this point?
Look, on a real answer to that question, I defer to my colleagues on this panel. They have some better perspective on and smarter on these issues. But I would say this: look, in the short term, this we're going to continue to deal with this, right? And ultimately, the piece that is causing problem and decay within our society is the erosion of truth or the erosion of trust in all entities. That is local government, state government, federal government, in the press, in the scientific community. This erosion of trust, and nobody knows where to go to, and they latch on to other like-minded individuals and say, my idea has been supported. And once they do that, trying to change that individual's mind, I think is difficult. But again, so I think we're going to deal with this. However, I still believe that this is not the majority of the country. And so we always want to talk about the edge in political life, right? And that are doing similar things. That is not the edge of the left or the right is not a majority of the country. And so we focus too much on those edges when folks in the middle are more concerned about putting food on the table, a roof over their head, and taking care of the people that they love. And I think the way this changes is to have people running for elected office that talks to that group of people. It's hard because of the way our primary structures are, because that forces this conversation. Just for an example, in 2020, the 92% of congressional seats, House seats, were decided in the primary. That meant that there was an average of 54,000 people voted in each one of those in primary. So a very small, it's almost like 2% of the population are deciding who 92% of the people that are going into office. And guess what? Those are the most extremes. And so there's an opportunity because I don't think there's any one magic bullet. There's not one magic fix. It's going to require people that have the tenacity, that are willing to go out and say, hey, I'm going to be ideologically consistent, regardless of who's in office, whether it's someone wearing my jersey or not, and talk about things that people ultimately care about. And that's hard, and it's difficult, and the system is not set up for people like that, but it's doable.
Alicia and Yasmin, I want to come to you two next to talk a little bit about this issue that Will raised, which is the root of so much of this is this crisis of trust in the institutions that have long guided American life. Sort of the voices that we once trusted, our churches, our government, local media, have seen, decade after decade of falling trust. You each have sort of thought about this challenge and this crisis, and I wonder if you, I'll start with Yasmin and then go to Alicia, if you could talk a little bit about what you see as strategies to try to rebuild trust in the public square.
Yeah, I firstly, Will for office. Secondly, I feel like this point about trust is so important, because if we're not deferring to those authorities, to those institutions, then there's a vacuum that can be filled by grifters or radicalizers who can produce information that speaks to us, to our grievances, to our prejudices. So that's definitely a driver, in my opinion. I would actually like to share, some of the stuff we're looking at that I think is promising in terms of countermeasures. Although just on the kind of vacuum of leadership point, I want to throw it over to you, Alicia, because your piece on the UN resolution that's been put forward on disinformation is definitely doing the rounds, and I think is really relevant here.
Well, that's nice to hear. Where to pick that up then? Because I think one big thing is that we really aren't looking strategically at this. We're very much in reaction phase. So we see a little bit of disinformation and then we completely freak out and say, oh, this is causing X, when we don't really know a lot about what it is actually causing. We had Princeton do a series of literature reviews for us on the academic reporting of the known effects of influence operations and the impact of interventions to influence operations. And the things we found was that we really don't know much about the effects of things like disinformation, particularly when it's occurring in a digital sphere. The second thing is we know even less about the impact of interventions. And the vast majority of academic literature that has been done to date is focused on things like fact-checking and disclosure, pre-bunking. Again, not the things that social media platforms are doing. So we don't exactly have a great understanding of what the phenomenon means beyond case studies and examples, which is fine. I think the other issue here is that we often, we feel that something has changed, but we don't really look at what those changes are. So the second thing there is there are three major shifts that we need to be aware of. One is that information obviously travels faster and farther than it did before. The second thing is anybody can get involved. And so this is really giving rise to those minority voices who are often a lot louder online than they actually represent in the general population. That doesn't seem to matter, though, because it gets picked up by politicians because it works, and it gets picked up in media coverage, which has this kind of self-fulfilling prophecy of getting more people. My fear there is that it's going to polarize those people in the middle. And even if people do try to talk to that group in the middle, it's not going to get media attention because it's not sensationalist. So again, I come back to the system part. And then the third thing is the aggregation of data that is done by using social media at a time when we know more and more about human decision-making enables marketers to perhaps be more provocative and get, the attention that they need. Now, all of that being said, we don't know a whole lot. And yet every time there's a campaign, especially if it's foreign originating, we freak out, essentially. And at the same time, while we're kind of just dealing with the phenomenon, trying to come to a grasp of it, we've got Russia leading a bunch of authoritarian regimes with a resolution that passed in the UN in their framing of how this should be dealt with, calling on the Secretary General to take solicitations, ideas of best practices. we don't even understand the phenomenon. We don't even have a proposal to put forward. I'm thinking it's quite likely that countries like Russia already have their preferred solution, which is more control over the information environment. And so I'm left wondering, when it comes to their interests, are they doing these campaigns not so much to undermine democracy, but to push us into having our own form of digital sovereignty, which is what they've been campaigning for all along?
Yasmin, let me come back to you to pick up this question, of possible solutions. You've worked on online extremism in a variety of ways for a decade, if not longer, thinking hard about the recruitment and ideology and in the intellectual corruption, for instance, of ISIS. What do you see working to bring people back to civic dialogue and participation, and how do you begin to try to deprogram people who have fallen hard for disinformation?
Well, I mean, at the time, I felt, the challenge of the Islamic State, both kind of like the physical world conquest battlefield and taking territory that they called a state, and then the effect of this online marketing campaign that they were running at the time. It just felt so daunting and formidable. And 6 years on, I look back and I'm like, wow, that was a kind of solvable problem relative to what we have today, which is so diffuse and fragmented. And one of the things that was appealing about ISIS, well, there are three things. One is that it was a thing that we could talk about and agree on. People who were part of ISIS basically were card carrying. Secondly, it was a terrorist organization, so it was illegal. So it was clear what to do with the content that appeared online. And the third thing was that their claims ultimately were falsifiable because they had a caliphate that didn't manifest to be a Muslim utopia as they had promised. So once we had people who had gone to join and leave, formers who could speak about the experience and discredit the marketing, once we had like citizen journalism from Iraq and Syria that showed long, queues to get bread and people starving, hospitals that weren't working, you had a lot of natural kind of counter-narrative material that then we could help, which this was a program that we ran back in 2015-16 to use targeted advertising to match people who were showing sympathies to ISIS with some of this material that people had just organically uploaded. One of the transferable attributes, I think, of that campaign was elevating a little bit the attempt to push back to the level of narratives. So I think sometimes that, the prevalence and diversity of the false claims that are coming out for all these different reasons, political, profit, recreational, etc. Like it's just like a carpet bombing of, misinformation that cannot viably be addressed. It can't, fact checkers who are valuable for many reasons. They help a lot of the internet work better. That model cannot be scaled to the size of misinformation. But if we actually think instead about individual claims and at the level of narratives and tropes, then we have a much better chance. And actually reaching people before versus after they've been exposed. So more the pre-bunking versus debunking. There's a lot of research that shows that if you expose people to false claims and then tell them that they were wrong, it's much less effective than if you can tell people how they're going to be manipulated and then you show them the propaganda. Much more effective. For some reason, the reverse doesn't seem to work very well. Misinformation sticky, and if it has a first mover advantage, we're really in trouble. So the prescription then is identify the disinformation narratives that have legs and that have harms. So things that are that endure, and get out ahead of them and reach people. So, for example, on vaccines, vaccine injury is a recurring health misinformation narrative. Like one person has a symptom, has some kind of symptom that may or may not be related to the vaccine, is not a reason for everybody to stop taking a vaccine, but that personal story has been used many times to undermine belief and faith in widespread vaccine adoption. But if we can understand that, for example, when there's a new drug that's available, often an initial study that says that something is effective is then overturned when the full body of evidence comes in. That's why there was all health professionals, I think, worth their salt, were not advocating for taking a lot of the experimental drugs early because they're just not approved and they're not safe. But if you wait until a highly influential politician or a head of state advocates for doing something that that is unfounded, and you want to then at that point challenge it, then you're bringing there are all these other challenges and a really high risk of blowback for people who have other reasons for believing that claim in that moment. So I think we have to kind of decide what we care about and go out and do the work of helping build that resilience in people, especially in topics like health, elections, and racial justice related themes.
And Gary, I just want to add on to that. Look, the hard work of educating the population to be able to discern fact from fiction, right? Like this is really hard. Before the internet, when I was in school, there were certain things you couldn't use, right? And it's like, you better start with Funkin' Wagnall's encyclopedia with some of that piece of information before, getting something out of the comic books, right? And so it's something that basic that we have to teach and talk about and recognize that opinion is different from fact. Right. And to be able to discern between the two. And so that's something that goes across in different sides. And we also have to recognize that these problems that we're dealing with here are being used against us in other environments. The Russians are using this to erode trust of other NATO countries and us. The U.S. isn't going to be there. The Chinese government is doing this in the Pacific to say, hey, guess what, Taiwan, we're coming for you and no one's going to have your back because look at all these problems. So this issue is hurting us globally and hurting our position in the rest of the world.
Will, what do you wish the U.S. government was doing that it's not? If you end up getting appointed tomorrow, Joe Biden's disinformation czar, what would you be trying to drive change-wise in government?
Look, I think it starts with people, especially in the executive branch, being able to articulate, what the position is, right? When folks in a position of authority misstep, right, that has a huge impact. I think Dr. Fauci has done a great job for so long. I was still in Congress when COVID first happened, and from those initial engagements with Dr. Fauci, making sure we're educating and talking about the right things, right? That's a must within the government to push to reestablish some of that trust, right? And the only way you reestablish trust is it takes time, and people have to know that you're going to be honest. So look, I would look at how do we have competitive seats, more competitive seats, not less competitive seats, because it takes away the motivation in order to appeal to some of those edges. I would get Congress to start talking about future things. Look, how are we going to deal with conversation in a virtual world, right? If we, knowing some of the things that we know now about social media, would have looked at how we regulated social media differently. I would also tell the government to stop looking at new technologies if they're completely new, right? These are, it's not new. Like, we have a lot of rules and regulations on the books. Let's make sure these new things, are able to follow those. So I think those are some of the examples. I wish I could say that there's one magic bullet that would solve this, and there isn't, right? It's improving education. Right. It's making sure you have infrastructure in some of these rural areas for folks to be able to have access to knowledge. But there's a long list. And I would look to my two co-panelists have some better ideas. But there isn't such thing as a silver bullet.
Yeah. And Alicia, I'd put the same question to you as we close out here. What do you wish the U.S. government was doing that you're not seeing it do right now?
There are so many things. First, I would say, I think we actually really need to be strategic, and we're not. And that means actually looking at the wider context, thinking where we want to go and what we want to do. That also involves having a good, frank conversation around what the lines in the sand are around what's acceptable and what isn't in terms of influence. And that's a very tricky discussion for democracies, because influence is actually part and parcel of getting other people to agree to do something with you. So the question is, where's the line in the sand where a person loses their agency and it affects the legitimacy of democracy because they can't make their own free and informed choices? To that end, I think there really needs to be a better education campaign to inform people what life in an internet age and information age really is. Nearly half the population graduated high school before the web was invented. They don't really understand how it works or how they can be targeted. This is a huge problem. Perhaps if they understood better, they may put more pressure on politicians to be better, right? We don't have great norms right now. And there are some good examples, like Lori Tron has published her own transparency reporting around her advertising spends on social media, which I think is great. And then beyond that, I think really we need some regulation around transparency reporting of tech companies to understand what data is there, how they're making decisions, and then some rules around data sharing so that we can actually move data into the hands of good researchers, and more funding to really understand the effects of things like influence operations, as well as the impact of countermeasures. And to sum all of that up, that really means we have to step back and stop looking at singular campaigns to the wider information environment to see if we can find conditions that would be precursors to major disturbances so we can act before something happens.
Alicia, Will, Yasmin, thank you so much for joining us here at the Summit on Democracy. It's a pleasure to talk with you all, and I hope that I will see you all in person again soon.
Cheers. Thank you, Garrett.
Thank you so much for joining me for this incredibly important conversation. My name is Sylvia Albert, and I'm the Director of Voting and Elections at Common Cause. I will be joined with a distinguished panel to discuss how we can protect the right to vote. Before I start, I'd just like to set the stage for where we are. In 2020, we saw record turnout. People came through a pandemic to have their voices heard. But since then, we've seen a rash of bills at the state level, continued questioning of the results of the election, and as a result, a lack of confidence by the American people in that election result and in our democracy. We're going to be talking to our colleagues about where we go next. I will introduce each of them in turn and allow them to give us a few thoughts before we turn to further discussion. So to begin, we are joined by Nsé Ufo, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the New Georgia Project and its affiliate, New Georgia Project Action Fund. Nsé leads both organizations, and they are developing Georgia's homegrown talent by training and organizing local activists across the state and making a true difference in voting on the ground. Nsé.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having me. They often say that it's darkest before dawn. And so when I start to think about where we stand as it relates to democratic participation and electoral participation in American politics, it feels like 3:45 in the morning. It feels like we are in a really, really dark place. But I'm also really encouraged by the clarity that has come from leaders all across our country, but most importantly from citizens, from ordinary Americans, from voters. I remember that when during my first election, the dominant narrative was who was the guy you would most likely to have, you'd most want to have a beer with. I'm happy to say that those conversations don't happen at all, not in the world of the New Georgia Project and the work that we do and the voter education work that we do. Not only is it not gendered in that way, but again, it is less about a personality and much, much more about what is it that you are going to do. Are you going to go to Washington, D.C.? Are you going to go to your state capital to do the people's work? So that is our North Star. That is the kind of democracy that we are actively building right now. That has led us to some really big wins in the Deep South. And that is what makes me hopeful for the future of our democracy.
Thank you so much, Ense. Next, we have Maria Teresa Kumar, who is the founding CEO of Vote Latino and Vote Latino Foundation and an Emmy-nominated on-air analyst for MSNBC. Voto Latino is the largest Latin voter registration and mobilization organization and has been a major voice recently in countering disinformation in the Latino community. Maria Teresa.
Well, first of all, thank you for having this timely discussion. I think that we are all in the throes of recognizing that we need to pass massive legislation so that we can continue to safeguard little d democracy. So I am grateful and honored to be in community with the New Georgia Project. And Say and I have been on the other side when we were trying to get electoral work together. Trey, it's wonderful to be here with you as well, because I know that you're an advocate for democracy, regardless of political stripes. And that's where we are today, Sylvia, where we have to take a step back. And it's been very clear that their current citizens want to participate in their elections. Since 2018 was the largest participation of Americans in a midterm election in 100 years. And we topped our participation in 2020. We had a fair, certified election last year, and it was the most diverse group of Americans across generations and colors, creeds, and hues. And what we're seeing is that participation being penalized, because there is no doubt that all 50 states certified elections, and they were certified by Republicans and Democrats, independents who helped make the count. And instead of continuing to enfranchise individuals, passing the Freedom to Vote Act to ensure that everybody, regardless of zip code or color or creed, can equally access their voting booth, we have a set of individuals hell-bent on ensuring that we don't have maximum participation. And regardless of political stripes, I have to share with you, every single American should take umbrage with that. We should be offended, because the underpinnings of our democracy, what our Constitution believes in, what we believe in as Americans, is equal enfranchisement at the voting booth. There was no shenanigans last election. That's been proven. And instead of going on that course of what did we do so well that we had such great participation, we now have individuals at the state level trying to disenfranchise millions of Americans who are disproportionately young and disproportionately people of color. And I say this because in a place, for example, like Texas, where we have seen close to 2 million people added in the last decade, 95% of them who are people of color, the state was granted as a result 2 congressional seats because of that rise of a young, diverse population. And the state legislature decided, instead of fairly carving out representation and allocation of resources, because that's what happens with redistricting, they decided instead to create a map that was heavily leaning of one political agenda and disproportionately white. And it's those shenanigans that makes people erode trust that the system works. And so I am grateful to be here because I can tell you Vote Latino is actively suing Texas, not thrice, but we're going to go on our fourth lawsuit in less than 7 months. That's not the business that we do. Our business is generally just to convince people that registering is good, that democracy works for them, and that they have to participate. But we find ourselves in another place because it's a concerted effort to ensure that not everyone has equal voice. And so I really am grateful to have this conversation now, because the more Americans learn of what is happening, the more we need them to get involved, to call their members of Congress, the senators, and say, this does not actually heed the promise of the American dream. And that is, as President Biden said the other day, that voting is the threshold of democracy.
Well said. Thank you, Maria Teresa. And last but not least, we are joined by Trey Grayson, who is a member of the Kentucky office of Frost Brown Todd and managing director of the firm's government relations affiliate Civic Point. Trey served as a 2-term Secretary of State for the Commonwealth of Kentucky and currently serves as a board member of the Center for Election Innovation and Research and works with additional groups and organizations to create a secure and modern election system. Trey.
Thanks, Sylvia. And it's great to be with my fellow panelists and happy to be the closer here for our introductions. I want to offer a bit of an election administrator's perspective because that was my background from my time as Secretary of State. And I still spend a lot of time helping election administrators do their jobs better, defending them in the press, and also helping them to educate policymakers about the kinds of laws we need to help run our elections better. And I think back to the almost 2 decades that I've been around this election space in a formal way. I got elected in 2003 and started running in 2002 for Secretary of State. And let me start with some positives. Our elections work so much better today than they did 20 years ago. We have seen an increase in technology, an increase in security. More Americans have the ability to choose how they want to vote. Do they want to vote on election day, as was tradition? Do they want to vote by mail? Or do they want to vote in person, but early, in advance of election day? More Americans than ever before have been able to do that. We have this technology has allowed us to do things like risk limiting audits that we're starting to roll out across the country so we can have confidence in our elections. It's also enabled states to have, this is kind of crazy to think, but 20 years ago, we didn't have very many states that even had a statewide voter registration list. It was county by county. And so it was rife with errors and full of people who were disenfranchised inadvertently or perhaps even intentionally by some bureaucrats or lawmakers who wanted to disenfranchise. So on the arc of history, I just want to point out, and sometimes it's a little bit of a contrary voice in these audiences, but we're doing a lot better. And even if I look over the last couple of years, where we survived, we had record turnout in the middle of a pandemic. We saw many states adapt their elections accordingly because they knew they couldn't do it as normal. And there were a lot of groups and individuals, even businesses, that helped. I mean, I think back to the states that engaged the beer industry to help disseminate messages on new ways to vote and how to get an absentee ballot for folks who maybe usually were election day voters, but needed to vote in advance of election day. Now, unfortunately, over the last couple of years, we've seen, and my other panelists have alluded to this fact, or actually stated it, President Trump and the fallout from the 2020 election and the continued belief by too many people in my party that the election was rigged or something was wrong when lawsuit after lawsuit, investigation, audit, recount, whatever you want to call it, President Biden won fair and square. Was it a perfect election? No. It was clear who the winner is. We installed the right person on January 20th. This continued lie and the pressure on election administrators has unfortunately continued to build. There wasn't an off year for election administrators last year. They were defending their records. We've seen folks in say state of Georgia, we've seen a couple of folks who got so bad they had to sue for defamation because they were feared for their lives just for doing their jobs. So there's a lot of stress on the system. There's a lot of stress on election administrators. And we need to come back together as a country and stop arguing about election administration. Let's count the votes, let's follow the laws, and let's celebrate the winners, no matter whether they were the people that we supported or not, but celebrate the system. But I just wanted to point out the fact that over the last couple of decades, it has gotten better. And that gives me some confidence that we can get through these rough couple of years that we've had. And I think we're probably going to continue to have leading up to the 2024 election.
Thank you, Trey. As you've pointed out, we've had a rough couple of years. We have come a long way, but there can be backsliding, and it feels that is what's happening right now. So I'm going to start you guys out with what I consider the hardest question, which is, what is the biggest threat to democracy in the 2022 elections? That is not an easy question, I think, because there are a plethora of different issues that we are attacking and trying to get past. So I will start with Ense.
This is a difficult question to answer, but for me right now, it's misinformation and disinformation. When I think about the populations, the communities that we organize with, we're talking about young people, right? So 16, 17, 18-year-olds who are desperately seeking information of how to evaluate candidates, when to vote, what are the different ways that they can vote. I think new Americans, right? Recently naturalized citizens, we are well known for showing up at naturalization ceremonies with like miniature apple pies and voter registration forms, right? And so thinking about, again, people who are eager to get information about candidates and information that they can rely on, information that they can base decisions on, and to think that they're actively being sort of organized against by well-resourced bad actors. And we used to joke that it was like, if one of our organizers or a community member would bring to us like a flyer that had the wrong election date, and we'd be like, well, is it the Russians or the Republicans, right? And the truth of the matter is that it doesn't matter that whether or not the bad actors are foreign or domestic, that young people and people of color and new Americans are targets for these bad actors, the places where we get information online, the papers, radio, television, et cetera. And we have leaders that refuse to acknowledge that. And I think part of it is because they themselves don't know how to combat it. And so I think we don't have great sophisticated ways to push back against it. It's really easy to just spread lies and just keep repeating that lie over and over again. And if it is designed to sort of speak to that visceral thing that all of us have, then coming back with sober, fact-based messages is not competing amongst the fiery passion of a big old juicy lie that's designed to inspire a particular type of action. And so I think that one of the reasons why it's challenging, or the most pressing thing that I'm concerned about, is because it's a nation destabilizing tactic that we have seen being executed successfully throughout the history of the world and all over the world, and B, that with the element of, with the introduction of, or the advancement of technology and social media, that the platforms are changing and evolving so quickly that those of us who are advocates and activists and thinking about how to make sure that we inject high quality information that people can rely on to make decisions, sometimes have to learn the technology itself, right? So, if these different disinformation campaigns are happening on Snapchat, right, or on TikTok or some platform that, elected officials, senior journalists, newsroom editors, et cetera, if you're not familiar with the platform, you don't even know that it exists. You don't have an account. How can you get there to neutralize the impact of these attempts to influence our elections and poison the information well? So we're working really hard to get smart about it, but sometimes it feels like we're constantly playing catch up, and I'm deeply concerned about it.
Thank you, Ense. Yes, I will also date myself by saying I remember my first election working and getting those flyers of Democrats vote Wednesday, Republicans vote Tuesday, or the opposite, and thinking, well, how many people could they really have hit with these flyers? And we're in a whole new world now. It's huge. As Ense discussed, we know that disinformation is a major threat, and we know it will continue to be a threat going into the 2022 election. We also know that it is highly targeted in the Latino population. So, Maria Teresa, for the 2022 election going forward, what do you see as the biggest threat?
I think that what we're going to have to tackle as a democracy and as citizens of the country is twofold. I believe that there are two threats to our democracy as it stands. One is absolutely the disinformation, misinformation that oftentimes starts in the Latino community, but then spreads into the wider population. Think of the Latino community receiving disinformation as the canaries in the coal mine, that whatever seems to stick is then translated into English and goes mainstream and at scale. So one thing that Voto Latino did to help prevent the spread of disinformation in 2020, for example, is that we went from 10 celebrity influencers in 2016 to helping identify, training, and mobilizing and organizing 267 voices, individuals that had Instagram accounts as small as 3,000 to Selena Gomez, who had 62 million, because we knew that with the right information by trusted sources, by trusted brands, that the Latino community would step up and do what they needed to do. And in this case, it was to vote. However, we have not seen that subside at all. If anything, we have seen it go much quicker and growing. It is one of the cancers that I would say is happening right now in the social platform spaces, and they're not addressing it in the way that they should. I think one of the challenges is that oftentimes they will take down disinformation and misinformation that is in English, but they will let the Spanish language piece spread. We saw that very much with COVID disinformation, misinformation, and it was stuff that we flagged not only for for Facebook, but we also flagged it for Google. We also flagged it for the administration, but we shouldn't be the ones flagging it. They have an incredible apparatus at their fingertips, and there needs to be much more accountability on that regard. But disinformation, the purpose of disinformation and misinformation is old style propaganda trying to create distrust in the institutions that govern you, full stop. And so if you are a new voter or a person of color voter, or increasingly, sadly, individuals that are coming from the extreme right that are reading this disinformation saying that the government is trying to harm you, it has all the same corrosive effect of our democracy. And so disinformation, misinformation is absolutely one of the issues that are concerning to us and to me personally at Voto Latino. And then there's the other side. And that other pillar of this, of what concerns me, is the disenfranchisement of millions of Americans without not being able to access the vote. This is an orchestrated effort. It's coming not from the ground up from grassroots organizations in states like Georgia or Arizona or Texas. Instead, they're coming from a concerted effort from Washington, D.C. There's been documented that the Heritage Foundation has paid and promoted and gone door to door, so to speak, in these state houses, promoting a bill in a box. And it is something that, again, should concern all of us. If I was a Georgian and someone coming outside of my state is trying to perpetuate disenfranchisement laws, regardless of political parties, I would be upset, and rightfully so. And so we need to figure out how to create a modernized election system and a modernized rules of the game for federal elections across the board. And so my hope is that Congress passes the Freedom to Vote Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Act soon. And it shouldn't be a Democratic or Republican issue. This is really a time to be American patriots and do something right and help make sure that every person has the ability to cast a ballot, regardless of party. Something that really stuck with me was listening to Vice President Kamala Harris when she spoke in Atlanta at Morehouse the other day. And she was very clear that unless we figure out how to modernize our election systems for federal elections, there's not one American, regardless of political stripes, that's not going to be adversely impacted. And I couldn't disagree, I couldn't agree more. And we should really make sure that, again, we fortify our election systems right now, that we create very clear modern election laws so that everybody's playing by the same rules. And we tackle very seriously the misinformation, disinformation, whose only charge is to create chaos and disruption in faith in our institutions.
Thank you, Marie Teresa. Trey, you spoke earlier about how far we have come and how our election system is so much better than it used to be. Even given that, what do you see as the biggest threat to democracy in the 2022 election?
As I was listening to the two preceding answers, I agree on this, the importance and the risks from misinformation, disinformation. It's a real problem. I think what I would add is just the strain, and I hate to, I realize I'm doing the election administrator hat thing again, but the strain on our folks who run the election in a couple of different ways. I mentioned the sort of the public stress, but also candidates not accepting outcomes, and then sort of the never-ending nature of there's an election, you conduct an election, you have a count, you have a certification, and then you pivot to figuring out how do you make your election better for next time. And we haven't really had a chance to do that because of never-ending audits and never-ending stress and never-ending pressure. And so I'm worried that we're going to see the impact of retirements this year of a lot of election administrators, where we have some green folks who aren't as familiar with how the systems ought to work. And that could create some challenges on election day, that we're going to see more retirements after the election. As folks maybe, in our state, we have a lot of county clerks who just are not wanting to run for re-election. This is not worth the hassle. And then I really dread the number of candidates who clearly lose. The margins are large enough. There's no allegations or evidence of wrongdoing or mistakes or anything like that, but who do not accept the outcome, and then that their followers, their supporters, don't accept the outcome. That is something that really, really troubles me. And that will just, pave the way all the way up to 24. We've seen this gradually increase over the last couple of years. President Trump certainly was not the first person to not accept an election outcome when the evidence wasn't there. But when the President of the United States does it and continues to do it over a year later, it just changes the game entirely.
So as you discussed, Trey, we're seeing this rash of election officials being attacked, physically threatened, criminal charges brought against them for doing their job. What do you say to people out there who are either thinking about becoming an election official or thinking about not becoming an election official? What do you say to them to get them to step up and do this important job?
Well, I think I'd remind them, the pay is great, the hours are nice, the benefits are awesome right now. That's not a winning message. I think it is reminding them and selling folks on the critical nature of our elections to the functioning of our country. At the end of the day, making sure we have a well-functioning system of elections, that we know who is supposed to govern, that those are the people who the voters express the will that those govern, is critically important. And we can't do it without you. So there's kind of this combination of patriotism and service. But then the only way we're going to be able to sell that is if the rest of us focus on making sure that good policies are enacted, but that we also backstop. So I'm proud that, during the introduction, you mentioned the Center for Election Innovation and Research, and we partnered with Bob Bauer and Ben Ginsberg, two of the most prominent election lawyers in the country, one a Democrat, one a Republican. I worked with them on President Obama's post-2012 election commission, and we've come together to offer free legal assistance to anybody who needs an attorney. We shouldn't have to do this, but these are the kinds of band-aids that we're going to need to get through the system. But I think this, selling them on the need, the importance, the service, is critically important. And if we could increase poll worker pay and administrator pay and all those kinds of things, that would help as well. I didn't mean to belittle that at the beginning, but I think it's more than that to get these folks to remain involved and to get new folks involved.
Thank you. And say, Georgia is ground zero for a lot of things. What new or innovative things are happening on the ground in Georgia that advocates and election officials should know about, should maybe look to spread to their state? What's out there? What's coming up?
There are cool and innovative things happening all along the spectrum. Some of them have been in response to this moment that we're in, this current version of the Republican Party that has like detached from reality, continuing to challenge the results of the 2020 election, and are responsible for the most trash anti-voting bills that we've seen in the history of Georgia, like since we all sort of recognized that everyone, all citizens should have access to the ballot. Since then, this is probably the worst attack on our elections because Republicans are trying to take their ball and go home, and they recognize that fewer and fewer people are buying what they're selling, and the only way for them to hold on to power is if they cheat. So in response to that, we've not only built, we have a video game that's coming out this year that's just basic, like for the folks that are not actually people who are actually voters, but the folks who were born in 2005, 2006, and have a couple more years before they reach the age of majority. And so we're talking about citizenship and government and the three branches of government and how it works, but in a cool and interesting way. And it's called This Is Not a Game, and I'm very excited about it. And it will be on all of the gaming consoles and in all of the app stores. Secondly, we are building an app that helps us to track wait times at like all of Georgia's polling locations. So like all 1,600 of our polling locations throughout the state. So creating a dashboard that basically gives us an estimate, and it's going to be really helpful for advocates because despite the fact that, you know, we've enjoyed something extraordinary, like 2,000 people who volunteered with us in the 9 weeks between the 2020 general election and the 2021 runoffs, that still wasn't enough to cover polling locations throughout early voting and on election day. And so we're using a little bit of artificial intelligence to help us monitor all 1,600 polling locations throughout the entire election season. So we're really proud of that, and I'm excited about that as well. I think thirdly, it's not really innovative. We've definitely done it before. There are tons of volunteer lawyers and law students who come out for election day. But again, because of these new trash laws that have been pushed by the Republican legislature in Georgia, there are 5 new voting crimes that have been added to the books. 2 of them are felonies, 3 of them are misdemeanors. There's also a hotline now where the Secretary of State is encouraging people to give anonymous tips, and then they have basically 3 days to act on it. So anonymous tips if they encounter people who are participating in voter fraud. And so this work to criminalize voting, to inject fear and uncertainty in the process feels new and different in my lifetime. And so the concern is that, there are also 1,000 Georgians that our Secretary of State is investigating for quote unquote voter fraud. And the majority of these people are folks who requested absentee ballots, submitted their absentee ballots, and then never heard and never got confirmation that their ballot was received. So they showed up and tried to vote on election day. And so there are 1,000 Georgians that are currently being criminally investigated for that act. And so we have recruited and are recruiting. We're working with the American Bar Association to do continuing legal education, to offer CLE credits so that we can build out a voting rights criminal defense bar in Georgia, because not since the Voting Rights Act of 1965 was passed have we needed so many lawyers with expertise at the intersection of criminal law and voting rights law. And that is an urgent need in Georgia, because even if only 10% of the Georgians that are currently being investigated are actually go to have a criminal trial, that's still 100 people. We don't have 100 lawyers in Georgia who are criminal defense lawyers who have expertise with our voting laws. Like, this is new and novel, and in a response to the aggressive attack on the right to vote in this way, we are responding with the American Bar Association, with the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under the Law, and with other impact litigation outfits to put together to develop this new expertise, or to revive this expertise that had gone dormant since we passed the Voting Rights Act of 1965. So.
Thank you, Ense. I think we're all going to be searching the App Store for that app coming up soon.
Yes.
And Maria Teresa, the Hispanic population is often seen as a monolith, and we know that that's not the case. And the problems that are encountered by the Latino population vary, and the solutions need to vary. So what are a couple of the ways that we can help solve some of the problems that are happening around voting, misinformation, access in the Latino population?
So I think that there's a conversation right now that is, I think, overcomplicating a problem and a concern. And it is very much that, yes, it's absolutely true that the Latino population is not a monolith, that we have, different folks coming from different countries. But I often remind folks that what we see in the Latino community is very much generational, and where are they raised? So I give a very anecdotal example that I was raised in California, in Northern California, at the time that Pete Wilson was rising into power, and he decided that the way he was going to own his power was by promoting and helping pass and champion the original modern day show me your paper laws called Proposition 187. That put me into action. I was in college. I remember coming home that Thanksgiving and having a conversation with my grandmother, my aunts, and my uncle, and convincing them that Proposition 187 was not only terrible news, but that they had to become U.S. citizens, that they had to register, that they had to vote. And just like I was having that conversation, millions of my peers in the API community and in the Latino community were doing just that. Alex Padilla, our now senator, was having that conversation. It mobilized a generation of political activism in California. And up to that point, California was a purple state, but a growing population of Americans realized that their life was in jeopardy. And I don't say that lightly. I remember having really hard conversations with my cousins and my aunts and my uncles, and them feeling the pressure of being brown in California and what that meant, and feeling intimidated and scared. And I say that because my family came from Colombia, and that was my American experience. But if I have a conversation with my cousins who also are from Colombia but ended up in Miami, their worldview is completely different. And they had a very different experience, and they could enjoy being Colombian and American growing up in Miami. And so when we talk about that Latinos are not a monolith, that is absolutely the case, but it really depends on where you grow up. And so at Voto Latino, we focus on 8 battleground states where Latinos are coming of age at really fast clips. In Georgia, Latino youth are a larger percentage points of the Latino voting bloc than their parents and grandparents. In Nevada, they're larger as well. In Texas, they're about to eclipse older voters. In Arizona, that is the same. And all these states that I mentioned have all had show me your paper types of laws. And so you have a generation of Americans coming of age who start registering, who participate in the electoral process, and they participate because they're trying to safeguard their families. They're trying to keep them safe. The only place that you're not going to see a generation of young Latinos eclipse their older voters, and it's also the only place that has not had show me your paper laws, is Florida. And Florida shows the power of the vote because they're also one of the states that has had a legacy of Cuban Latino participation at the polls. And so when you say that your vote doesn't matter, it absolutely does. And it changes systems. And for the very first time, it was a young rising population in Georgia that met the African-American community, that met the API community, and together were able to change the trajectory of Georgia. And at Voto Latino, we registered 23,000 Georgians who turned out. 10,000 of them were first-time voters. Biden won that election with 11,000 votes. And so when we talk about how do we mobilize the Latino community, we need to talk to them all the time, not as an afterthought. Oftentimes, and I think this is, Ense and I have these conversations, political parties start talking to us when they just need enough of us to go out and vote. And that's a losing strategy. We talk about the disinformation. Its brilliance, sadly, is that they're communicating with our audience and with our community all the time. And then to get the resources at the last minute to counterbat it, it's too late. And so when people say, well, yes, the Latino community is a monolith, absolutely, but we don't need to overcomplicate it. We know exactly what we need to do. At Voto Latino, we were lucky enough to have enough resources starting January 1 of 2020 to register voters. We entered the pandemic having registered 80,000 voters. We finished that election cycle having registered 617,000 people, 78% of them who went out and voted. We mobilized 3.9 million people that were low propensity voters, but we were able to do it because we were fortunate enough to have individual donors and individual folks who understood that we couldn't wait until the last 6 weeks of the election, but they invested in us so that we were ready for one of the most hardest moments of American history during an electoral time, during massive civil unrest. And we were able to meet the moment, but because people believed in us enough to invest in us long-term. And that's what needs to happen. It has to be a long-term investment all the time with a constant communication of saying, when you vote, it actually does work.
Thank you so much, Maria Teresa, and thank you all for joining me. I know these types of panels can be a little disheartening. So to those who are watching, these are just 3 of the amazing advocates who are out there on the ground, working with election officials, working with the public, working with grassroots, trying to ensure that the right to vote is protected 2022, 2024, and beyond. So join us in doing the important work of protecting our democracy. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the 92nd Street Wise State of Democracy Summit. I'm Farai Chideya, and we are going to be talking about the Supreme Court. No doubt, lots of great stuff to talk about there, and also an incredible group of people. I want to go through with some of these incredible guests the questions that they have actually presented to me. I'm going to let you in on a secret for good panels. I do something called leading questions, where I ask people to suggest a framing question for the topic. And because the Supreme Court is such a wide-ranging topic, I want to start with Emily Bazelon, staff writer at the New York Times Magazine and lecturer at Yale Law School, who suggested asking what happens when the Supreme Court lurches from the American public. And we certainly have seen a lot of divergence. How should we think about this, Emily?
Thanks so much, Farai. It's really a pleasure to be here with all of you at such a momentous and kind of teetering moment for the Supreme Court. In the last few years, I think there have been some warnings that the Supreme Court is moving significantly to the right. And this term is going to offer a kind of real proof test of that in the areas of abortion and gun regulation and the ability of the federal government to do things like protect public health, for example, by the Biden administration's vaccine mandates. So the Supreme Court is just being very large in terms of its direct impact on American life. And at other moments in history, when the court has diverged sharply from public opinion, we have seen a kind of self-correction with some reining in or threatened reining in from Congress. And with public criticism. So I'm thinking of the 1860s, in which Congress changed the number of justices on the court 3 times. Then there's the famous episode during Franklin Roosevelt's administration where we see the court refuse to uphold various pieces of New Deal legislation. FDR says he's going to change the number of justices, enlarge the court. And that doesn't happen, but a key justice changes a vote in another New Deal case, and then other justices retire. And FDR ends up with a lot of authority over the court. You could also argue that in the 1960s, the Warren Court moved to the left in a way that was out of step with public opinion, especially in criminal procedure cases, and that President Nixon then ran in opposition to the court, and we saw the court perhaps self-correct in that domain as well over a longer period of time. So those are the historical moments I look back to. The big question for me is that these are not formal constraints on the court's power for the most part, at least except for the 1860s. They more have to do with public opinion and the idea the court has of itself as a legitimate institution and as part of democracy. I see a lot of lip service to that among the justices right now, everywhere on the spectrum of the court, from Justice Breyer, Justice Sotomayor, Justice Barrett, Chief Justice Roberts. But whether the court really plans to rein itself in, I think, is very much up for grabs. And to me, here really front and center is the fate of Roe versus Wade and abortion. And what I see likely among the justices based on their past records and statements is a willingness to really take a big bet and either overturn Roe directly or really change the idea that we have a constitutional right to access to abortion in this country. And I think that is going to be a real test for the American people. Polls on abortion have not changed a whole lot since Roe, but there is strong support for more access to abortion than I think the Supreme Court may continue to allow. So, that is a really tricky moment for American democracy. And to add one more thing, if we end up also with the court unwilling to let the federal government really act through its through administrative agencies, something that Kimberly has written about recently and that various conservative justices have expressed a lot of doubt about, that is an even more fundamental challenge to the way the branches interact with each other. And that seems to me like it would really cause just a potential huge crisis for the country.
Thanks, Emily. I'm going to move on to Kimberly, Professor Kimberly Whaley. She's a professor of law at the University of Baltimore School of Law and has a book coming out, How to Think Like a Lawyer and Why. So you have presented us with a question. How do you expect this court to approach the Constitution and statutory law given the justices' professed adherence to so-called originalism and textualism? And so why don't you, I would ask that you define those terms a little bit. I've been trying to read up on this because it's so relevant.
Right. This is a moment in history, I think, where, wonky law professor speak is now jumping from the headline of everyday news. It's been for a few years now, not just because of this court, but because of the last presidency. But let me add, it's a real pleasure and honor to be on this panel. Thank you so much for the invitation. And perfect segue from Emily's comments. Few points just of basics. I think there's a crisis of civic education in this country. A lot of people can't name the three branches of government, let alone really explain what's in the Constitution. And by textualism and originalism, what I mean is sort of a conservative mantra, this suggestion, and I think we saw it with Amy Coney Barrett, Justice Amy Coney Barrett's confirmation testimony, that somehow good judges only apply the plain, obvious language of a text, that there's one way to read the Constitution, and good judges just read it. They're just translators of English, and bad judges read into it, what some people pejoratively call a living Constitution. And if they went a little further, there's this concept of originalism, that if there's ambiguity, we need to get, in our DeLoreans like Michael J. Fox and Back to the Future and go back to the time of the framing and get in the heads of the men, the white males that drafted the original language and the culture at the time. And this has taken hold, frankly, in the public consciousness, this concept of just just conservative reading of law, not just the Constitution, but statutes. But, it's a myth, really, because it's an old text. It's not very long. There's a lot of ambiguous language, and judges judge. They interpret things. And the question is, how do you read in that ambiguity? And this is what I think is a fundamental problem with where we are right now with this court is, on the one hand, that profess to be conservatives, and we call it a conservative court, under the auspices of narrowly reading the Constitution. Lots of times when I talk about abortion, which Emily just raised, people will say, yeah, well, it's built on sand, this concept of abortion. It's not in the Constitution. Well, friends, there's lots of stuff that's not in the Constitution, and the same concept of what we call substantive due process that gave rise to essentially the ability to stop government from deciding for yourself what to do with your medical care that happens to revolve around your uterus and having a fetus in your uterus. Lots of things that we assume government can't do, like tell us how to raise our children, tell us how to educate our children, tell us what jobs we can and cannot have. None of that's spelled out in the Constitution. So one of the big concerns I have with this court is we have this myth floating out that they're conservatives, and it's the progressives on the court that are out there by doing things like creating rights that don't exist in the Constitution. If we start unraveling things like abortion rights, it's not very far from unraveling other things that we hold dear that aren't expressed in the Constitution. If that's our theory, it's got to be black and white in the Constitution, or there's no protection. And at the same time, we're seeing democracy dissolve at the legislative and executive branch level, primarily through voting. That is, we're seeing the ability of regular people to elect our own bosses, our own government, that be diluted across the board, primarily through changes at the state level to whether valid votes are counted, not even casting votes. So at the same time, we're seeing democracy structurally wither away, not just in this country, but globally. We're seeing a Supreme Court that is poised, we saw with Roe, to roll back constitutional rights on this myth that somehow judges don't judge. Now, I think, I'm at the point where I might be more comfortable calling this not so much conservative, but quasi-radical or radical court. And what turned me really was what happened with Texas abortion law. And that is because, as of this moment, Roe versus Wade, up until, and the following case, Planned Parenthood versus Casey, protect against government interference in abortion decisions up until viability, which is 24 weeks. Texas doesn't do that. It regulates it at 6 weeks. The court didn't step in and say, wait a minute, we need to at least protect the Constitution as we've interpreted it. That's called injunctive relief. They did it for Biden when it comes to things like what happens at the border. They forced him to go back to Donald Trump's, policy of sending Mexicans back to Mexico. They know how to use injunctive relief. They didn't do it to uphold the women's right to choose. To me, that's pretty radical. So I worry about what happens to other constitutional rights that Americans think as, part of our birthright that aren't expressed in the Constitution under the guise of conservative judging. The other piece Emily mentioned, which is, I did do a piece in The Atlantic about this, and this is something also kind of goes down to this question of what's in and outside of the Constitution. After, with the New Deal, lots of new federal agencies dotting Washington, D.C., FDR and Congress decided we need more regulation of the economy after the stock market crash and the Great Depression. So Congress started giving power to agencies to make laws. We call those regulations. There are a lot more regulations than there are actual acts of Congress. And in a way, a lot of the authorities and sort of lobbying is shifted to agencies because Congress has been so dysfunctional, isn't really doing much substantive legislation anymore. Well, with the vaccine cases and some of the other statements from these conservative justices, I think there is potentially energy on the court to hold unconstitutional the idea of Congress passing off legislative power to agencies, which would, if the court starts tinkering with that, we're going to see massive deregulation as a matter of the Constitution, not as a matter of policy. And the last piece I want to say, which I don't think, people really understand, is, it's really hard to change the Constitution for good reason. It requires, both houses of Congress by a supermajority and state legislatures by a supermajority to agree to change the language. That's super hard to do by definition, by design. But when the Supreme Court interprets the Constitution, unless there is an actual amendment or a new court majority, that is essentially an amendment. That's like a footnote to the Constitution. These folks are not on there by election. They are, the last 3 members were put on there without the filibuster. So there's no buy-in from the majority of Democratic voters in the country. And when they make changes, like saying, for example, Congress can't pass off power anymore, they're not accountable to the public. And I'd like to see more of these changes stay in the legislature. And I think this court is quite robust in what it's willing to do under the guise of constitutional interpretation. And as a last point, I'll say, the other critical issue is voting. This court has not been very open-minded or amenable or protective of the right to vote, which is not expressed in the original Constitution. So even if we see changes through Congress, like the Freedom to Vote Act, to protect the right to vote, this court might unravel it. And this is what we saw even in 2013 with the Voting Rights Act, the critical provision, Section 5, that gives DOJ the authority to make sure that states don't get cute and make it hard to vote. Gutted that piece, and we still haven't seen that put back in the Constitution. So the overall takeaway is this Supreme Court has more power than I think it should under the Constitution. And just back to Marbury versus Madison, it's the court itself that gave it itself the power to interpret the Constitution. And my view is people just need to be educated about this more than I think these myths again surrounding this conservative court lend themselves to.
Well, Kim, thanks so much. And it's a perfect handoff to Professor Lawrence Tribe, who, of course, has, just been teaching the Constitution for 50 years, is one of only 75 people throughout history to receive the title of university professor at Harvard, and served as a member of the President's Commission on the Supreme Court of the United States, very much getting to these structural questions that you just talked about. And you presented us with a question: why bother advocating structural changes like court expansion that have virtually no chance of being enacted? And I'm hoping you can talk a little bit more about the President's Commission in that context. Thank you.
Well, thank you. It's an honor to be here. I find myself agreeing entirely with everything that Kim said, but I think she, if anything, understated it. We have an extremely radical court, the most radical in American history. The court is not only far to the right of where most Americans are on most issues, but it is far to the right of anything in the history of this country. Now, if the only disagreement I had with the court were substantive, I think it's going in a terrible direction with respect to abortion. I agree with Kim that that is simply the first step. It's going to dismantle other rights not mentioned in the Constitution. If that was all, then I think as a member of the President's Commission, I would have said, well, we better hold our fire, because when Trump is president again, and he might well be, though he is less likely to be elected, he's poised to have an effective coup this next time. And when we have the Senate in Republican hands, and when we have even more reactionary judges, because it doesn't look like Steve Breyer has the good sense to leave while he can be replaced by an appointment by President Biden, then things will be even worse. And then if we've established the precedent that it's okay to change the structure of the court because you don't agree with its decisions, I can imagine a Senate led by Mitch McConnell and an administration led either by Trump or by some other demagogue, some other despot, moving the court even further to the right, rather than making a course correction in the direction that I think is necessary. So I'm really quite alarmed. I'm alarmed despite the fact that I agree with Emily Bazelon that sometimes the court is engaged in self-correction. One of the reasons that I was one of the members of the commission pushing us toward reforms as radical as enlarging the court or otherwise changing its structure isn't that I thought we have much chance of having that happen, but because I wanted to send a major signal that at least some scholars who are themselves rather moderate, I'm not exactly a flamethrower, I'm not far to the left, There are many people far to my left, but even some scholars who are sort of traditional Harvard law professor types, wonky types, think that the court has gone off the deep end and that it's really important to send that signal rather than sending the signal that people like Justice Breyer are trying to send on their book tours when they're selling their book, saying, not to worry, all is well. We are not just politicians in robes. We're all judges. We're all wonks. We're all following the original meaning or the plain meaning of the text. Not true, folks. The court is, in fact, powerfully ideological. It always has been. It's a question of what the ideology is. You can package almost anything in terms of original history or in terms of language. But what is clear is that this court has not only veered far from where most Americans are on most substantive issues, it is entrenching itself. It's doing that by upholding measures that suppress voting rights, by refusing to do anything about partisan gerrymandering, by striking down those statutes passed by Congress that protect the vote. Kimberly mentioned, among other things, the Shelby County case, but there are others, like the Brnovich case, in which the court purported to be following rather than dismantling the Voting Rights Act, but at the same time was interpreting it in a way that deprived it of almost all power. So what we have really is a court that is not only moving right on substantive issues, but making it hard for a country that is to its left express its views through the franchise. That is normally, with a country that is so overwhelmingly to the left of the court, there would be a series of elections in which more Democrats would get elected, more state legislatures would lean to the left. There would be a pendulum course correction. But several of us on the commission, including former Judge Nancy Gertner and I, were so persuaded that that self-correction is not likely to occur this time, that the court is basically locking in a permanent government of a largely white minority in the face of demographic changes and ideological changes, that we are really headed toward a profound clash, not just a clash that leaves things up in the air, but one that locks in a permanent despotic rule. I'm led to think, and I don't like thinking this way, I'm led to think of The Handmaid's Tale. In a world in which many of us, a growing majority, women, minorities, immigrants, Black people, brown people, young people, old people, people who are not part of the wealthy white elite that is backing someone like Donald Trump, in which that majority is governed by a minority. I think of South Africa and apartheid. I'm not suggesting that we are moving toward an apartheid society, but I want to use dramatic terms, despite my Harvard professorial tendency to be moderate and to try to seem, to seem calm. I'm using those terms because, folks, the situation is dire. It is drastic. We are not just moving far to the right, but we are moving away from a meaningful, inclusive, pluralistic democracy. And I think that is a constitutional crisis that we're living through right now. And I think that if we just move deck chairs on the Titanic, we're going to sink.
Yeah, thank you so much, Larry. And, I want us to try to keep some of these responses to each other tight because we do have a limited amount of time. But I personally do agree that, not that it matters what I think is the moderator, but I will just interject that with family coming from Southern Africa, one of my earliest experiences when I was just 4 years old was passing through South Africa. My family was not treated particularly well for obvious reasons. And I do think that framing some of the questions around where we're headed as minority rule really is something we have to think about, because I don't see it as necessarily just left and right. I have relatives who are conservatives who are also essentially, what one might think of as Colin Powell Republicans who are cut out of some of the discourse both in the courts and in the House and Senate chamber. Emily, you wrote in 2018, when the Supreme Court lurches right, a big piece for the New York Times. Does it surprise you how fast things have evolved since you wrote just a few years ago?
Yes, in that I didn't foresee the appointment of a sixth deeply conservative justice in Amy Coney Barrett. And I think that's really shifted the composition of the court in ways that just underpin the concerns that Kimberly and Larry are raising, right? Because Chief Justice Roberts, as the chief of the court, the person whose name is on it, he's the person who has the most stake in the court's legitimacy. And he seems very aware that the court's public approval rating has plummeted to its lowest point since 2020. However, he is now a kind of sixth extra vote for a lot of the causes that are dear to the hearts of the rest of the conservative wing of the court. And so that has really, I think, shifted the dynamic on the court in ways that underscore the urgency of what Larry and Kimberly are saying. I mean, just to underscore what you're saying, I think, Farai, is one thing we're talking about here is being a small d Democrat, wanting majority rule. We do not have a kind of simple system of majority rule in the United States. The composition of the Senate, for example, which is very much written into the Constitution, pushes us away from that principle, but our checks and balances have been meant to basically preserve it. And I think one thing I'm hearing from Larry and Kimberly is a concern that the court is using its power to go further away from majority rule, to entrench its own power as the judicially supreme branch that gets to interpret the Constitution, and also to make it harder for people to push back by electing representatives to Congress or a president who disagree. And that's the dynamic that I think is, they're each pointing out is the most profoundly troubling, because it suggests a country that can't kind of rein the Supreme Court in or change the dynamics that we're talking about, or at least it has to overcome these really formidable barriers that the court is helping to put into the way.
Yeah. And Kim, maybe you can pick up a little bit on this from the perspective of how you see something that Larry mentioned, was that there is no imminent retirement during a Democratic presidency. I mean, how do you think about the ways that different presidents and different justices have strategized about the cycle of being appointed for life? Some people have stepped down, others have chosen to serve until death. Some people have talked about term limits, for example. How do you think about these questions of longevity, duration, and choice?
Well, I'd be really interested in hearing more from Larry about what the commission talked about. I mean, I put some of the fault of this, frankly, at the feet of the Democrats as well as the Republicans that are clearly moving towards some kind of anti-democratic authoritarian rule from top to bottom and have been doing systematically for decades, right? And I say this because the filibuster is a really important thing. We're talking about it again. Will Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema get around it for purposes of passing voting rights legislation under the guise of the big lie, right? They're still not willing to fix the alleged holes. The Republicans aren't willing to fix the fraud. They won't do anything. So it's very cynical. But remember, when Barack Obama nominated now Attorney General Merrick Garland, and Mitch McConnell sort of took his own power that's not in the Constitution as Senate Majority Leader to deny a president his appointment power. That's expressed. Back to this textualism thing, right? Barack Obama didn't really say anything. He didn't even make a speech. He didn't peep back, right? And my understanding is from people inside the White House then, it just is hearsay what they thought Hillary Clinton would be, and it would all correct itself. Likewise, when it came to the two impeachment trials for Donald Trump, there is subpoena power. There is an authority to hold members in contempt through the sergeant at arms. They could have moved the Chief Justice, the Democrats, in the first impeachment move them to call a witness, right? He's a judge. It was a trial. There's no limitations in the Constitution on his role. That's just ceremonial. They could have said, Your Honor, we called John Bolton as a witness. We move you to enforce our subpoena. Didn't do it. Didn't push Justice Roberts. And now we're here where, I mean, we're hearing a lot of discussion around Build Back Better. I think that's really important. But meanwhile, you know, the clock is ticking on democracy. I agree with Larry. And it's not the next presidential election. It's November of 2022. It's less than a year away. It's the midterms. If the midterms go to Republican control, the House hands Congress to Republican control, we will probably see the end of the January 6th Commission. We will not see vital reforms to the Electoral Count Act, which would avoid basically a power grab on January 6, 2025. And I agree with Larry. What will happen is a successful coup, maybe a nonviolent one, but a successful one. So, you know, Mitch McConnell's, you know, and the Federalist Society's multi-decade through campaign finance reform and, you know, killing that, other mechanisms of killing democracy and getting his Supreme Court conservative majority has managed to entrench minority rule. And it's not just at the Supreme Court level. It's in the lower federal judiciary now. And all we have to do is look at the vaccine mandates. Fifth Circuit, 2 Supreme Trump nominees basically saying Congress doesn't even have the power to give OSHA the power to mandate vaccines. Very radical. Sixth Circuit, you know, more old school judges saying, you know what, actually, this is constitutional. It's within the scope of the statute. We're out. We don't have the power here. So I would frankly like to see, and I know I've heard, you know, Joe Biden and others, the president mention recently how vital democracy and voting is. Of course, there was an international summit, but this is the stormtroopers are at the back door. And if they breach, it's very hard to go the other direction. So I would like to see, frankly, I don't know what to do about the court per se. It might be a little late. Maybe pressure on Justice Breyer. That's not going to create a situation where we have consensus again or having to sort of agree, as Emily suggests. You know, Justice Roberts is no longer in the middle like Justice Kennedy, where you had to kind of make a deal with him to get more moderate. Not sure what to do about the Supreme Court. Would frankly agree we need to have some structural changes, but Congress needs to get its act together and start passing legislation in the few months that are left where it has the power to maybe put some systematic structural things in place.
And Larry, I'm going to ask you to land the plane here. We don't have a lot of time yet, but I'm wondering who you consider the kind of superheroes here. You know, you yourself use legal scholarship, teaching legal scholarship, writing public, you know, pieces, serving on commissions. All these are tools that you use. What is the supergroup or the constellation of people and civil society entities that needs to engage in order to have a healthy Supreme Court?
Well, I think citizen activism is the name of the game. I mean, I do have a number of heroes among my own former students. The leaders of the 2 impeachment trials in the Senate were students of mine, Jamie Raskin and Adam Schiff. I used to have an enormous amount of respect for Merrick Garland, another former student of mine. I still respect him, but I wish he were not taking so long to investigate the conspiracy to overtake the government by a bloodless coup. That is, he's going after the foot soldiers and working his way up, he says, perhaps to people at the top of the violent insurrection of the 6th of January, but that was just plan B. Plan A, had it succeeded, and it came dangerously close, would have not required anybody to storm the Capitol. And there's no excuse for the waiting that Merrick Garland is doing before apparently investigating Trump and the people immediately around him. And that's one of the few things we really can do. It's not a heroic measure. It's just doing what a good prosecutor would do. And that is not always going from the bottom up, but when there is a top-down conspiracy, going directly after the conspirators, holding people accountable. They ought to be held accountable. And if the country is to have any hope of surviving this terrible period that we're living through, accountability is absolutely central. Because if we allow the people at the top to get away with murder and essentially destroying the democracy, then we can't hold on to it at all. It seems to me, I do disagree to some slight extent with Kimberly. When you get right inside the process, all kinds of things that sound good, like let's move the Chief Justice to call John Bolton as a witness. Well, Kimberly, if you're wrong if you don't think that they were thinking about that. They felt it out. The Chief Justice would have refused. And if the Chief Justice hadn't, the ultimate power lay with the Senate. And they would have overruled any decision on his part to take the more radical steps that we might want. So the idea that there are, there's fault to be laid on all sides, that's true in a way. And it would be great if the Democrats could just forget that Sinema and Manchin are unmovable, but those are simply facts. They are realities. And yes, it would be great if Congress got its act together, but suppose Congress did pass a dramatic overhaul of the voting rights system. As Kimberly pointed out, the odds are that this Supreme Court would strike it down. Suppose Congress gets its act together and passes a legislative codification of Roe v. Wade, saying that we have the power under the Commerce Clause to force abortion to be legal throughout the country, just as the Supreme Court earlier said that we could pass a nationwide ban on so-called partial birth abortion. You know what this court is going to do with that? They're going to say, oh no, the Commerce Clause doesn't reach that far. So, I find myself between a rock and a hard place. On the one hand, I want to be realistic about what's doable. On the other hand, I insist on idealism so that we don't basically paralyze ourselves by thinking that it's all over and that there's nothing we can do. And that's why I resort to notions like citizen activism. Major changes in this country's history have always come over the long run from the ground up. The civil rights movement was from the ground up. It was only after that movement really went quite far that the Supreme Court did Brown v. Board of Education. The women's movement was from the ground up. Women marched, women sacrificed in order to get the vote. Roe v. Wade was just the culmination of a long popular movement. And I think that's what we need now. My hope is with the future, with the next generation, with people who really have a long time ahead when they can reclaim a meaningful democracy.
Well, Professor Tribe, that is a perfect place to leave it. And we had a lot more we could have talked about, but not a lot of time. So maybe we need a part 2 at some point. I want to thank you so much. Again, we have been hearing from Professor Lawrence Tribe, who is a university professor at Harvard, longtime legal scholar, constitutional law scholar, and also was a member of the President's Commission on the Supreme Court of the United States. Emily Bazelon, who is a staff writer for the New York Times and also a lecturer at Yale Law School. And finally, Professor Kimberly Whaley, who is at the University of Baltimore School of Law and has a book coming out, How to Think Like a Lawyer and Why. Thank you all for joining us.
Thank you.
Thanks, Farai.
The existential crisis facing American democracy has many structural elements: money, gerrymandering, Supreme Court appointments. It also has many cultural and behavioral aspects. And our panel will really focus today about what has happened to how our culture has been degraded and how the values of civility and respect and the ability to listen to people who hold different views than you do has really been degraded. We have the opportunity to hear from 3 people today who have deeply paid attention to this issue for a long time
and understand much about the roots of what caused it and what we have to do today to deal with it. I'd like to first ask Carol Anderson to make a comment about how divided are we really today?
We are very divided. And that division, to me, is speaking to the issue of the unresolved racism in American society and our inability to acknowledge it, to acknowledge its existence, and to acknowledge that we are, in fact, in a racist society and that we need to do the work to heal those divides that emanate out of slavery and out of Jim Crow and out of the removal of indigenous people and out of xenophobia in our immigration laws. Until we can really deal with that, we're having fake conversations or not real conversations about how we got here.
David Greenberg, I'd like to ask you to state your opening statement about how divided we really are.
Sure. I think the division, which, Carol says, I don't think anyone would deny, is real. It's intense. It's palpable these days in a way that it hasn't felt in a very long time. I think there are a number of historical roots we might talk about today. In some ways, it goes back to the 1960s. Sometimes it feels like we are, in some senses, replaying certain debates and structures and patterns from the 60s, albeit with significant differences. But in a narrower time frame, I think we can look back at the political system to, say the 2000 Bush v. Gore, presidential election and the fight for the electoral votes in Florida, where Bush won by a few hundred votes and went all the way to the Supreme Court. Since then, we've had what political scientists and others call polarization, especially along party lines, that has left little room for the kind of brokering and compromising and working across party lines that, for much of our history was a common part of politics. And I think we're still grappling with the ways that the both parties have become increasingly ideologically homogenous, although there are also important fights going on within each party. But there's much less of an ability to talk across party lines, and that seems to extend beyond the parties into all kinds of spheres of political discourse, social media, and public life generally.
And Ellen Fitzpatrick.
Well, I can't express great optimism about where we are as a country right now, and the level of division that exists, I find to be truly alarming. I think we really, in some sense, have to go back to the Civil War and Reconstruction to understand, as Carol alluded to, what is happening today. And I think the thing that I find most concerning is the lack of agreement around the basic values and structures and institutions of democracy itself. In the Reconstruction period, we resolved a central question during the Civil War, or so we believe, that slavery as an institution would end and that certain rights would be conferred and then protected on all citizens, even though imperfectly realized. The effort to try to bring those to fruition during Reconstruction was extremely important. And then we saw in this country the rollback of the conferral of those rights. And what we are seeing today and hearing on a daily basis is a kind of divisive language evoking some of the most retrograde views about our fellow citizens, the right of all Americans to freely exercise a franchise, the acceptance of elections that one has not won, And I think the ways in which the two political parties have become so altered in our current moment. It is, I find, very, very deeply concerning.
There's no question that the threat to American institutions and the core values of American democracy is in front of us every single day. And yet I find in my work with the general public that there is a hunger to get past these divides, not on the far right, probably 10 to 12%, not on the far left, probably 10 to 12%, but literally the vast majority of Americans who are someplace inside those boundaries actually know where we are is really wrong and want to do something about it, but don't feel the agency to be able to do that as they watch what, David, you've talked about in Congress, and what, Carol, you've talked about systemic racism and lack of justice on so many fundamental issues. So it seems to me we have all of our institutional messages pushing us apart. At the same time, a place where I do see a ray of hope is the number, literally, of Americans who know it's wrong and want to do something about it.
I tend to agree with you, Carolyn. There is, I hesitate to use a phrase associated with Richard Nixon, but I do think there is a silent majority of people who crave greater consensus, greater civility, greater capacity to talk across political differences, to make pragmatic compromises when it comes to politics. I would say two things, though. First, this is probably true for all of us. People often pay lip service to the ideal of getting along, of compromise, and they can very easily identify in their political opponents the ways that those people fall short, but they may not always see in themselves or their own allies the ways that they too can perpetuate some of these toxic behaviors and patterns. So it is all well and good to sort of profess the ideal, and I think that actually does count for something to profess it. I mean, we'd be in a different place if people were saying they didn't want to compromise and come together. But it's often harder to kind of look in one's own house to sort of make those repairs. The other thing I would say is, I think, in the election of Joe Biden, his was certainly a message of coming together, of trying to restore some kind of common order. And we've seen this actually in a number of other elections too. I live in New York City, and I think the election of Eric Adams certainly pointed in that direction as well, our new mayor. So I do think there are some signs on the horizon that the public, when given the chance to vote for candidates who fly that flag, are inclined to do so, at least some of the time.
I think, though, that one of the key pieces, and I think about the Norm Ornstein, Thomas Mann book, It's Even Worse Than It Looks, was that when you have a deliberate party strategy that is about demonizing your opponent and about not governing, but about obstructing, that what happens is that you get this kind of asymmetry that we're seeing. And I'd liken to what we see to that you have one party that believes in the institutions and is trying to govern by the institutions and is basically fighting by the Marquise de Queensberry rules. And you have another that is fighting by the WWE rules, where you get the flying suplexes and the can openers coming out of the boot while the ref is turned away. And so how do you How do you find comedy when you have that kind of imbalance, that kind of asymmetry, where you don't even agree about the basis of elections, where there have been numerous audits and you get this kind of defilement, this kind of lying about the results of an election, which means that you're denying the votes of American citizens. And so when you have this assault on the basis, the legitimacy of American citizens casting their votes, then you're getting this assault not only on the institutions, but on democracy itself. And that's what we really have to reckon with.
I very much agree with this point. I think this is a moment of realpolitik, and that to obscure it with discussions about culture and persuading and the common ground, although those are all ideals that I firmly believe in, and I think most Americans in principle would say they agree with too. We have to look at what actually is occurring here, and that is a effort to deny. There are many Americans who deny the outcome of a national presidential election, firmly seem convinced that our current president was not legitimately elected, and who have raised a number of false charges, which have been thoroughly investigated, about the illegitimacy of a national presidential election, and remain unpersuaded by evidence and fact. And that, ironically, is being used to institutionalize measures that will achieve exactly what those who hold these views claim to fear. That is the disfranchisement of American citizens. I don't see that there's anything more important before us as a country than addressing this effort. And what worries me is that one of our major two parties seems to lack a diversity of opinion, which we, Democrats often unable to govern themselves. There are problems with that and perhaps some virtue in it when you see what it means to have elites within a party not being willing to stand up and find that common ground. That's a very, very worrisome development.
We've talked quite a bit about this difference between the two parties and the impact that's having on the assault on our basic fundamental institutions. I think we have to also bring into the conversation that what is completely unique this time around compared to Reconstruction and post-Civil War is we're living in a media ecosystem that is entirely different. And one of the powerful forces that has enabled these millions of Americans to hold on to an idea that has been proven false time and time again is, in fact, the ability to select media sources, both traditional and social, which are designed to affirm what they already believe. And I think it seems to me, as a sitting politician, including the President of the United States, how to actually reestablish a factual basis in this media ecosystem, which we have not understood how to regulate, which we have not understood how to mitigate its impact. It seems like for our topic, we really have to talk about that.
Well, certainly. And I think, one of the culprits here are the media institutions themselves, which I think have all too quickly sort of acquiesced in the condition that people are going to choose, news reports and opinion pieces that sort of suit their own ideology. I mean, if you go on the New York Times website now, you're bombarded with opinion pieces. It used to be the opinion pieces had their page, their op-ed page and the editorial page, but what you got were mostly very factual news reports that aspired to be objective. That doesn't mean reporters were always perfect about keeping their biases out of the news, but that was the professional ethic, and they set up practices and institutions and methods to make sure that a liberal, a conservative, a leftist, anybody picking up that story, that newspaper, could trust it, could get the facts. They might have some quibbles, but that it would be a reliable account. I think our media institutions are too quick to abandon that model, which they fear is no longer profitable, and to embrace a model of, we have a liberal space for news, we have a left-wing space for news, we have a conservative space, and so on and so forth. Now, I don't think it's totally in the hands of journalists and publishers and tech people. But I do think, again, to come back to that idea of a silent majority, there probably is a large market out there for news that is uninflected as best as possible, that tries to include a range of perspectives, without engaging in false equivalence. But I fear that we're moving away from that as the governing framework, which is basically what held in American media for 100 years or so, and that is crumbling. And with it, that is basically a cornerstone of liberalism and democracy that we're losing.
Well, I think this is, both of you are making a very important point here, but I'm reminded in listening to you about the fact that we have not only the influence of these new forms of media, which on the one hand, one could celebrate as a democratizing of the political conversation, but unfortunately has tended to further polarization. We also have the conflation of, or the convergence of that moment, it's not an accident, with a former president who rose to capture a political party through his career as a reality television star. That became the platform by which most Americans came to know Donald Trump. And whatever one has to say about the former president, he was a master at using these new forms of media to advance his views and his power. And so you're seeing the conflation of a sort of cultural and technological reality and a specific individual who has been highly successful in using those conditions in ways that have been anti-democratic, in my view.
And I think this is excellent. I think one of the key pieces here is that media, the big media, have been what I call baptized in American exceptionalism. And so they saw Trump. It's like where the guy from CBS says, he may be bad for democracy, but he is great for ratings. And so in that sense that you can continue to ride that horse and it would have no impact on American democracy because Americans are so exceptional that this democracy will just last regardless of how many blows it takes. And that kind of sense of, we've been through rough times before, we'll get through it again. that sense that this thing will always be here and always be that city on the hill, without really recognizing the deep, hard work that it takes to sustain and grow this democracy, and without recognizing the responsibility that each has in terms of making this thing work. And so when you're going for clicks, instead of going for really strong, accurate pieces, then what you get is a society that begins to click on the headlines, click, 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 and you don't get the depth of the analysis about what is really happening, because it's all about reality TV. And I've got to say, as he was riding that wave into the presidency, we have to remember the way that birtherism was absolutely essential in that political ride. And what the subtext of that was that Barack Obama was illegitimate. He was not an American. They said because he was born in Kenya. And it didn't matter where he was born. The way that citizenship works is it comes through your mother. And his mother was an American citizen. She could have given birth to him on Mars. It would not have made him a Martian. He would have still been an American. But the kind of underlying tectonic plates of racism and the clickbait of that became so powerful, became intoxicating in this kind of the biosphere, information biosphere that the media are operating in, and that he tapped into, that Trump tapped into. I mean, we've got to pay attention to that business model that is out there and the way that it does not hold itself accountable for what it has done.
I want to pick up on, if I might just, Carol's point about the claim that you heard a lot on the right of Obama's illegitimacy. And earlier in our conversation, we talked about the claim about Biden's illegitimacy. Now, here's a case where, again, without engaging in false equivalence, because there can be that asymmetry, it's also useful to think about sort of the deep structures and patterns at work. Going back to Bill Clinton, who Bob Dole kind of said, the late Bob Dole said wasn't really a legitimate president for the newly invented reason that he hadn't cleared 50% of the vote. We then had Bush v. Gore, where a lot of people, I think more understandably, but still used that word illegitimate toward Bush because there was reason to think that Gore was the rightful winner of those Florida votes. We had it again with Trump. Many people, including Hillary Clinton, including the great John Lewis, who I'm writing a book about now, called Trump an illegitimate president. So this language comes into our discourse. Sometimes maybe it's used as a slogan or hyperbolically, sometimes to make a political point. But over time, both sides are using it. Again, I don't need to say it's equivalent. There's some of these cases that are quite different from one another. But still, the language starts to seep in and take hold so that we really do then start to say, that's not my president. That president is illegitimate. And it kind of reinforces and expands those divides. Whereas if you look at like the way Al Gore himself accepted reluctantly the Supreme Court's decision in Bush v. Gore, it was really a model of statesmanship. And that kind of thing, I think, is now kind of fading from our political culture.
We didn't hear, though, after Bush v. Gore, what's going on right now, which is that we've got to stop those white people from voting who might have voted for one or the other. And what we're hearing now is we got the wrong people voting. There are these illegitimate voters, and certainly, the Georgia example, Carol's an expert on this. Her work has shown the racial dimensions of this. And we're seeing the exploitation as well of a moment of great evolution and change in American society. We are a very diverse country, becoming more diverse in some sense all the time demographically. And this obviously creates discomfort. But when that leads to an effort to try to undo our basic constitutional rights, there's every citizen should be alert and engaged in an effort to stop it.
So, Ellen, you've provided me the perfect segue for how I think we should spend the rest of our time. We've covered, I think, pretty well the mess we're in, how many people are abusing power to keep us in this mess. And one of our last best hopes is what citizens themselves can and will do. And again, in my role as the founding director of the National Institute for Civil Discourse, I cannot tell you how many communities we were in where what people were hungry for was, I see the hypocrisy, I see the lies, I see the systemic racial issues. What can I do about them? So I actually want us to shift our attention in our time together and focus on, if we were now in an audience of ordinary Americans, whether they're from El Paso or New York City or Des Moines, Iowa, or Portland, or wherever, what would be our messages to what do we as individual citizens and what can we collectively do to right the ship?
We have to stay engaged. Part of what this fissuring is designed to do is to make us cynical and believe, oh, the system is broken, there's just nothing I can do, and to create a sense of helplessness. And that is the route to the dissolution. We have to stay engaged. We have to hold folks accountable for the policies, decisions that they are making. And that accountability is not by storming the Capitol, Lord. It is by contacting your representatives. It is by talking with your neighbors about what the issues really are. It is about learning what the issues really are and how we got there so that we are informed in our engagement. And we have to register to vote, and then we must vote. And we must know exactly who we're voting for and what we're voting for if we want to have a real, vibrant, multiracial, multi-ethnic, multi-religious democracy.
I want to build on that, Carol, because I think you've said it beautifully. I think we saw that kind of really taking ownership of what it means to be a citizen in the 2020 election. What I see happening often now is the processes that have gone on to degrade our democracy or destroy our democracy have really worn people down. So the issue about how do we do exactly what you said, I hope that both David and Ellen, you have some comments to make about how to help people re-energize and believe that it is the foundation of American democracy that we, the people, can in fact make this decision and hold people accountable.
Well, I always think, if I were really knowledgeable about how to change society, I would have become an activist or a politician instead of a historian. But I do think one thing that can make a difference is, in the last 20 years or so, our rhetoric and our attitudes about politics have become so deeply moralized. Last September, there was a fight in the Democratic Party about the sequence in which two different spending bills should go before Congress, which one should go first. And each side treated the other as if they were committing some moral wrong over the sequence of two bills. When we go back 20 years to the 90s and earlier, there was a really refreshing and very productive pragmatism in our politics. And in the way we thought about issues, it was not whether it was a left solution or a right solution. We all have our loyalties and our ideologies, but it was about getting it done. And I think if we could all kind of try to, next time we want to post on social media or get upset about something. Try to put the moralism in check and think pragmatically. Okay, what can be done here? What can I do? That at least would be a step toward dialing down this kind of fevered atmosphere we're in, to mix metaphors a little bit, and restore a healthier politics.
Ellen, we're really out of time, but I want to give you literally 30 seconds to comment on what do you want to say to ordinary Americans in terms of how to engage at this time?
Well, I think that on the sort of basic level that most Americans are able to look across divisions when it comes to their next door neighbor, then to go on to Twitter and to dehumanize and engage in very uncivil commentary gets us no place. Who profits from these divisions? Ask yourself that, and then get engaged. It's about winning now. It's about winning these battles. It's about getting people elected to office that hold the values that have kept us together as a country, and ensuring that they prevail, that the fundamentals of American democracy will survive this very tumultuous time we're in.
Thank all of you very much. I think the theme out of this last conversation is the powers that be want to keep us divided. And we, the people, have got to hold them accountable and ensure that we re-knit the social fabric and social cohesion of our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carolyn.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for joining us. My name is Vivian Schiller. I'm Executive Director of Aspen Digital, a program of the Aspen Institute. One of the core tenets of journalism in the modern age is the notion of objectivity. Generations of journalists have been trained to be neutral, that we stand for nothing, lest our readers think we have our thumb on the scale. This often manifests itself into giving both sides a voice, or reporting on the words of powerful figures without opining on their impact or even their veracity. But then came Trump. We had a president who lied from the podium all the time. This is not just my opinion. This is well documented. And then we had a pandemic. And then we had the murder of George Floyd. And then we had January 6th. Worse, we then had the revisionist history of what actually happened on that terrible day. In the face of a tsunami of falsehoods from the Oval Office on down and in state capitals around the country, and as the very viability of democracy is being called into question, these journalistic tenets have been put to the test. How can journalists stand for the truth and stand for democracy without being accused of partisanship, without writing off huge swaths of the audience? That is what we're here to talk about today. Luckily, we have the perfect people to talk about it, and I'm going to just briefly introduce them. Their bios are all incredible, so apologies that I'm shortcutting them. Mitra Kalita has just had an amazing and rich career in journalism. Until recently, she was the head of CNN Digital. She was managing editor for editorial strategy at the LA Times, executive editor at large at Quartz, editor at the Wall Street Journal, founding editor of Mint, a business paper in Delhi, previously worked at the Washington Post, Newsday, the AP, you get the drill. Most recently, she stepped away from big media and has co-founded a new media company called URL Media, a network of brown and Black-owned media organizations across the country. Erin Haynes is editor at large and a founding mother of the 19th, the wonderful The 19th, a nonprofit independent newsroom focused on the intersection of gender, politics, and policy. She is also an MSNBC contributor. Prior to joining the 19th, Erin was national writer on race and ethnicity for the AP. She's also been part of the Washington Post, the LA Times, and the Orlando Sentinel. Margaret Sullivan is the Washington Post's media columnist. She is the former public editor of the New York Times, the best one, in my opinion, and the former chief editor of the Buffalo News, her hometown daily, where she started as a summer intern. She's the author of Ghosting the News, Local Journalism, and the Crisis of American Democracy. Last but not least, Jay Rosen. He has been teaching journalism at NYU since 1986. He's the author of Press Think, which I highly recommend, a blog about journalism. In 2017, he became the director of the Membership Puzzle Project, which studies membership models for sustainability in news. He is an active press critic with a focus on problems in the coverage of politics. And Jay, I introduced you last, but I'm going to start with you. You have been warning us, all of us, on the risks of the view from nowhere in journalism for almost 20 years. I looked it up. That column was in 2003, which I just cannot believe. So what has changed since then? And why is this so damn hard for American journalists?
Well, what's changed is a lot of journalists now recognize that objectivity is to some degree, the way is understood in journalism, a problem. Another thing that has changed is that journalists are now interacting with their audiences, and they can't hide from the kinds of criticism that the audiences have. So that's different. But the main thing that's different is that there's been a breakdown of the underlying system of government and politics that practices in the press rode on. And so the asymmetric polarization we've seen in the country, what's happened to the Democratic Party, and capped by, Donald Trump, has forced people in journalism to ask themselves, what are we doing here? And it's recently forced them to consider whether they ought to become more pro-democracy. The problem, however, is that there's a long tradition in professional journalism in the United States of ignoring your political role. And what we are faced with now is that journalists have to reconsider, redesign the role they're playing in democratic politics. But for decades and decades, what most journalists have said is we don't have a political role. We just tell you what's happening. We don't have a part in the political system. We are just an information source. And it's very difficult to overcome that attitude, even though the evidence for why you should is exploding in front of our faces.
And so how have you seen journalists respond or change, particularly in the last year?
Well, there's a lot more attention to a very important news story, which is the threat to democratic systems from the Stop the Steal movement, from the MAGA movement in general, and from the Trump presidency and the threat of a second Trump presidency. That is now a big story, and it's being reported as a big story. And to some degree, journalists have been able to overcome some of their both sidesism, because there's really nothing like that being done by the Democratic Party. So that's a big deal. But if Trump runs again, which seems likely at this point, as the ABC White House correspondent John Carl has said, nobody really knows in the Washington press how to cover that.
Yeah. Erin, I'm going to turn to you. You know, one of the challenges I think that a lot of journalists feel is, you know, as Jay pointed out, there is, the Republican Party has changed a lot. There are many more untruths. There's social media, all of that. A lot of the pushback from journalists on trying to sort of stand for democracy, so to speak, is that in doing so and in calling out falsehoods, many of the falsehoods that happen to be on the right, that we're alienating that audience. So, and that we're not, when I say we, I mean, you know, journalists in general are going to basically not reach those people. So what is your response to those who say, well, you know, if you call this out, you're only going to be speaking to one part of the audience?
Well, I think to Jay's point, you cannot both sides something like voting rights and what we're seeing right now in terms of what is happening with what we know is one major party in this country that is very dedicated to the real idea of a rigged election, in elections going forward, the idea that they do want to disenfranchise a significant part of the population, a significant number of our fellow citizens who happen to be minorities, women, and other marginalized groups, right? We know that there is a party that is doing that. We know that there is another party that is trying to push back against that. And so, this is not about anybody's feelings. These are facts. And in the face of the big lie, as journalists, we absolutely must continue to tell the truth, because the reality is, what has happened in at least the past 4 years, if not longer, is that we have had the erosion of a shared set of facts as a country and a shared sense of what our democracy is and how it should function. And so I think the relationship between the press and this democracy could not have become more clear in our politics. It certainly couldn't have become more clear in terms of local journalism. And I would love to hear Margaret talk some more about that and the importance of that and the cost of the erosion of local journalism in helping to kind of knit that fabric and keep that fabric together for us. Because at the end of the day, and certainly something that we realize at the 19th News is that journalism is about creating community and fostering community. So, we seek to be a home for everybody, whether they want to live there or not. Right. If you want to have this conversation about gender and politics and policy, we invite you in, but also with the understanding that we aren't and can't reach everybody. But that doesn't mean that we don't try. And that doesn't mean that we necessarily give up on our fellow citizens. But again, we cannot continue to both sides things that we know not to be true, because, certainly as a woman and a person of color, I'm well aware that objectivity is a myth that has been a default setting for the people who created it, who were mostly white and mostly male.
Right. There's whenever I hear people talk about sort of the good old days of journalism and Walter Cronkite, you have to question about who was it that was left out of that?
And who was missing? Correct.
Who was missing? Exactly. Margaret, as Erin said, we all want to hear from you about local journalism. And then Mitra, sorry, I'll turn to you as well. You wrote in a recent column, in talking about the catastrophic decline in local reporting, that you say it's not just watchdog journalism that suffers when news organizations shrink or die. The decline affects civic engagement and political polarization too. So say more about that, please.
Yeah, so there have been academic studies done about what happens when local news goes away in a community. And that doesn't necessarily mean it goes away entirely. It doesn't necessarily mean you're in a news desert now, which means there's basically no source of local news. But in a place where local news has, really declined and really withered, which is a lot of places in the United States right now, civic engagement goes down too. People, for example, get less involved in their communities. They get less involved in local politics and government. When they do vote, they vote much more in their, according to their echo chambers. They don't really cross party lines much anymore. They've got their Facebook feed, telling them what to think, and rather than, let's say a newspaper that, however imperfect, and they were and are, nevertheless served a whole community, and you could sort of, talk with your neighbor, whatever your neighbor's politics happen to be, about sort of the basic facts. You might have a different opinion about that. So, it really takes a toll. It's not just like, oh, I don't know what's going on, or, gee, maybe my public officials aren't being held to account. It's also that, as Erin put it so well, this sort of knitting together of the community gets, I guess, to stay with the metaphor, very, very frayed. And it's actually very scary. I spend a lot of time in where Jay and I grew up, which is the Buffalo area. I go there in the summer and sometimes at other times of year. And I talk to people a lot about their media habits. And Buffalo still does have a pretty robust newspaper and other sites. But I think that as it declines, I can really see, like, I always used to feel like I could talk to everybody, I just don't feel that anymore. It's really, really sad.
Yeah, and especially because so much of the political action is happening at the local level, it makes it even more of a crisis.
Exactly, and one of the big things that's happening with voting rights and the threats to democracy, those things are happening very much at the state level. So as state coverage declines in many places, state government reporting bureaus, all of that, as that declines, we know less about it and we talk less about it. And it seems like less of an issue, but it's actually more of an issue.
Mitra, I want to pick up the thread that Erin started a couple of minutes ago about why this is particularly concerning when it comes to both serving and telling stories about communities of color, which I know is a great deal of the focus of what you're doing at URL Media. So how has these questions, how are you addressing these questions of truth telling and standing for things? I mean, you bring such a long history of sort of traditional journalism. How has that influenced the way that you're approaching your work at URL?
So I think in some ways you have to learn the system in order to break it. And so I'm really grateful for 20 plus years in mainstream media, because a lot of these conversations during the Trump years, where it was absolutely 100% the backdrop of my time at CNN, was kind of this desire to look or stay impartial when it was absolutely impossible. And so what's been really freeing as part of URL Media, and within URL Media, I run a local outlet called Epicenter. We serve the community here in Queens, New York. What's been really freeing is to actually not care as much about public perception in a national, almost anonymous, general sense, but really to say, well, what is in the best interests of our communities? And so URL Media is made up of 10 Black and brown media outlets that in some ways I think have been the example of how to do this. How do you root journalism in fact, but also center your communities? They all happen to be communities of color, which really help us because there is a target audience, as opposed to the nationalizing of news where you're trying to be for everybody, right? To kind of your point, Vivian, how do you appeal to this guy who, doesn't believe in the vaccine, right? How do you appeal? And so we kind of twist ourselves into knots to get to everybody, and in the process actually serve nobody. And so URL, I think, just by centering who are we serving at the core of our journalism and the delivery of information, and in cases like Epicenter, I just had 2,095 masks delivered to my garage yesterday, because when we do community engagement events, we're not just giving out information, we're physically giving you masks. So I would say one area that I'm deeply concerned about going into this year, which is a midterm election, is that the polarization nationally of issues like masks, for example, makes this into are you wearing a mask or not, when actually the nuance within mask wearing requires a certain type of mask that you have to wear in order to be safe. And, if you're an immigrant parent and you're not on Twitter all day and you don't know how to get on the waiting list for the online Korean vendor that's selling KN94 masks that are great for children who are 5 years old. I mean, these are real life situations that are truly life or death as a result of us being kind of in this, are you pro-mask or anti-mask? Yes. And so the implications of that for our communities of color that have been so decimated, literally decimated by COVID, I think are pretty dire. And that's kind of my fear going into this year, that we're still in the one side or the other even on issues, not just parties, and that is not translating into service to our communities.
Yeah. And Vivian, if I could just jump in here on a really important point that Mitra is making about, the role of journalism to really be a resource for communities, right? A resource to citizens so that they can feel empowered, which is certainly something that we're trying to do at the 19th. Doing the kind of both sides of the argument or, really kind of debating the issue, which is a lot of what happens, frankly, in the cable news ecosphere that I operate in as a contributor. And that is certainly an important part, the conversation, the dialogue, the civic engagement, but also, yes, just providing people with information, right? I mean, while we're sitting here talking about, and certainly, not encouraging the false threat to election integrity that the Republican Party is using, on the march in state legislatures across this country, not entertaining things like that. But when we're talking about voter suppression versus voter expansion and really trying to get people more access to the ballot, really, I mean, part of that is simply giving people information about precincts that may be closing, voting hours that may have changed that they may not be aware of, how to make sure that they are registered to vote in their community. If they have moved, for example, making sure that they haven't been purged from the rolls. These are the kinds of things that help the electorate be informed and empowered and make them feel, as they're hearing all this noise at this very high level, what they can do as individuals to participate in this democracy. And I think that journalism still has a very important role to play in doing that for those who do want to participate in this democracy, regardless of what their party is, even if they have no party, if they suddenly want to get involved. How do they start? Where do they start? We have a role to play in helping them to do that.
Margaret, that reminds me of something that I've heard you talk about it and write about, which is focus more focus more on the heroes than the villains. There's so much focus, particularly in national media, around the bad, depending on your point of view, the bad guys and girls, and less on who are the heroes of democracy, who are solving problems, as opposed to who's just sowing chaos.
Yeah, it's really a strange thing, but on election night 2016, I was in the Washington Post newsroom, and I had, half written a column about how Hillary was going to treat the press or something as president. And like everyone else, I was like madly throwing out my columns. But I had to write 2 columns that night on deadline. And one of them, maybe I was doing like magical thinking or weird, tuning into something that I didn't even know about. But one of the last lines was, we're going to need some heroes. And I didn't really even know what I meant when I wrote that, but I think that has come to pass. And we have seen many heroes of our democracy, over the past, whatever it is, 5 years or something, people who have really stood up in the press, but also in government and also in sort of quasi-government roles. The news people tend to write about the negative. It's just like what we do. It's like the plane crashes. We write about that. We don't necessarily write about the reforms happening to airline safety as much as the bad stuff. So I think we need, as we're moving in directions like pro-democracy coverage, we need to be aware not only, I'm not, believe me, not at all suggesting that we don't write about the people who are trying to tear it down, but also, give people some solutions and some inspiration. I think we need it.
All right, so I'm going to take some inspiration from what you just said to talk about the heroes. We do focus a lot, and those of us, media Twitter is a real thing, and we love to dunk on examples of bad behavior in the press. But there are some organizations or cases where organizations are doing it right. Present company accepted, of course. So Jay, who's doing it right? You've been very good on Twitter going, calling out, false equivalencies when those happen all too often. But let's talk about where you've seen some positive movement in journalistic practices.
Well, I think the focus that organizations like ProPublica and others, and Mother Jones and others, have made on the voting story and the threat to voting systems has been exemplary journalism. There's many news organizations involved in tracking that, and we have a good warning from that journalism about what's likely to happen. Also, the people who've been following extreme online movements, and NBC has 2 reporters who are on that beat full time, who actually risk their mental health to go into these worlds and tell us the next crazy thing that's going on there, which is very hazardous work in a lot of ways. Those people are really good, and I think they've done a hell of a lot. And then there's people who have heard this battle cry, you have to become more pro-democracy, and they're starting to take that seriously. I've said many times over the last 6 months or so that journalists have to become more pro-democracy, more pro-truth, pro-evidence, pro-factual basis. And journalists like Jake Tapper have occasionally signed on to that and said openly on air, yeah, I'm going to try and make my program more pro-truth, which might cost me some guests in the future. I think there's something important to that. But a lot of other journalists who hear this message, you have to become more pro-democracy, immediately think, oh, so you want us to be friendlier to Biden, which is missing the point completely. Yeah. And then there's others who hear that and yeah, it sounds good, pro-democracy, but I worry that we're going to turn off our conservative audiences, or a lot of Republican women watch our show. And so we really can't do that. And that's what brings them back to the both sidesism. It's not so much that they don't hear this cry, it's that the implications of doing something about it are kind of like too much for them. So they fall back on both sides, even when they don't believe it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I mean, it just, we're all in it all day, every day, but just the notion that it is controversial to stand for truth and to stand for democracy. I mean, think about it. What's the alternative? If you don't stand for truth and you stand for democracy, you stand for
both sides.
Exactly. So, Vivian, you're making such a good point, because, I think this erosion of truth, there has honestly been a bit of a convergence between facts and feelings that is happening, frankly, in a lot of American households. And some of those households and some of those families include people who are journalists. And, I think that the lesson here is that our lived experience should be an asset to our storytelling, not a liability. This is, again, blowing up the objectivity myth, right? As a Black person in this country, I know what voter suppression looks like. I have family members that have experienced voter suppression. I myself stood in line for 4 hours on election day to cast my ballot, right? So I know what that looks like, and I know what it looks like in the 21st century. I know what it looked like in the 20th century. That is a very real thing that helps me to know what I am looking at, right? As a political journalist who also has experience covering race for the better part of a decade. Similarly, there are white journalists who had people in their families who were certainly a part of this conversation, a part of the evolution of our politics that we've seen in these past several years, who didn't want to think that their aunt, that their uncle, that their grandparents were bad people, right? Even though, they were certainly on board with a lot of what we have seen in these last several years. But that's not the point. The point is to try to get an understanding of where folks are, of who and where we are as a democracy. And we have people in our lives that we can be speaking to get a better understanding of that without making it, it doesn't have to be, such an emotional choice. It's a thing that is informing us as journalists about this electorate, about our society, about our democracy. And so, honestly, I think, we need to be thinking about headed into the next cycle, the midterms, and obviously the next presidential election. We need to be thinking about, who we have on these political journalism teams that are telling these stories. Do they recognize what we are seeing happening in our democracy, and are they prepared to really confront that? And if you've been avoiding these topics at the Thanksgiving table for the past 4 years, you certainly aren't going to be able to do it in the words of your media the spaces of your media organization. So, I think that that's a really it's really important for us to be having this conversation now so that we do not continue to repeat the mistakes that we have been making as a political class, to be able to tell the most honest and accurate story about who and where we are going as a country.
Well, you just teed up my closing lightning round because this went way too fast. There's a lot more to talk about, but I did want to ask each of you to briefly talk about, as we go into a critical election cycle later this year, where a lot of voting systems and democracy and truth will potentially be put to the test. What is the most important thing that you see either at the national or local level that news organizations need to be doing? Erin, you mentioned about who it is that who do you have around the table? That sounds like maybe more of a television delivery, but I'll just stick with you and then I'll quickly go around to each of the others.
No, I think, every newspaper, whether it's newspapers, radio, television, cable news, everybody needs to think about who they have around the table. But also the other thing that is so important that I think that I'm so proud that we've been able to do at 19th News, centering voters in the conversation. We need to know what voters think and what voters care about and what the issues are that are motivating them to either engage or disengage with this democracy. Hearing directly from them about how our politics and policy is directly impacting their lives is some of the most important work that we can do, not just in the midterms in 2024, but just on an ongoing basis in our political journalism coverage at the national and local level.
Great. Starting with the voice of the voters. Mitra.
I would say I'm going to pick up on a thread Erin mentioned earlier in the conversation on basic information, that I think we have made things very complicated. And so in one of our kind of consternations of how do we reach right-wing voters, and the we becomes, again, the other sides of it all, how do we reach Trump voters? We don't talk about Donald Trump all the time. And so my fear as we're in the midterms, and to Jay's point of he's running again, is that the drumbeat is starting. And I think I can think of no more alienating way to reach a large swath of the US than by kind of beating the same drum versus the basic information of how do I vote? Where do I vote? Where do I get an N95 mask? Where do I get an at-home COVID test? To really, and I think national organizations have to play a role in this basic information because we're literally in life or death times right now. The second piece I would say is rethinking what accountability journalism means. And really, we often treat accountability as a gotcha on the politician versus accountability of government and its delivery of services. I think where our URL members shine is in kind of that extra step they take to ensure that services are meeting the intended users and those in need of them. And I would love to see that to be more of the positioning in terms of evaluating the efficacy of government versus the accountability journalism that we've kind of painted as this person is doing wrong versus these are the people who are being screwed by that.
Great. Thank you, Mitra. Jay.
Well, what I think is most important is for journalists to recognize the certain practices that they have made foundational to their political journalism are broken. And that in a time of emergency for American democracy, they just have to be replaced. I'm talking about such things as horse race journalism, looking at politics through who's ahead, poll-driven coverage, the insider game, treating politics as a game, who's up, who's down, and a whole litany of practices that follow in the wake of those basic themes. They're broken. They don't address our current situation. We can't really afford them anymore. And I would like to see political journalists, especially who are very frustrating to their colleagues. I don't think a lot of people who report on politics understand that it's not just critics like myself, it's their own peers in other beats and other parts of journalism are very frustrated with the political press. So I would like to see a recognition that these practices have kind of done their job. They're out of tune with where we are now. They need to be replaced with better ideas.
Yeah. There's a very, very lucrative subset of news organizations that focus only on the horse race. So not sure. I'm optimistic that's going to change anytime soon. Margaret, we'll let you close us out.
Okay. Well, two things, but I'll make it quick. One is that we have to continue to focus on how to support local journalism. And it doesn't have to be newspapers. It's not about the delivery method or whether it's printed or whether it's called the something Guardian. But, in whatever form, we need to do better with that. And there are measures that are out there that I've written a lot about, and I know you guys are all aware of, that need support and they need to happen. So that's a whole session unto itself. But the other thing is, and this picks up on what Jay just said, that kind of scrutiny and soul searching needs to be done at the top levels of newsrooms. Political journalists are not going to be able to change their stripes, I would argue, if their bosses are pretty happy with what they're doing. So I think that the top editors, I don't know that this will happen, but the top editors of our most mainstream news organizations need to look at how their political coverage is being framed for the public. What's coming across? And is this, as Jay says, the most useful? Is it useful? And is it in keeping with today's reality? And as Aaron and Mitra have said, is it in keeping with today's populace and audience? And I think the answer is no, but they need to get serious about it. And I'm not feeling that that's happening in too many places. You see it some places, but not overall. And that's what I would like to see happen.
Yeah. Well, let's hope that all of these things that you all point out are heard, and we will make sure that we try to communicate this far and wide. Mitra, Aaron, Jay, Margaret, thank you so much. What a great conversation. We could have gone on another hour, but so appreciate your time. Thanks very much. Bye.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, Attorney General Holder, and to everybody who is watching this. I'm going to try to jump right into our conversation today, which is with the 82nd Attorney General for the United States of America, Mr. Eric Holder here. And we're going to talk today about the future of our democracy. And I think it's a great time to have that conversation because we're at a bit of an inflection point, an important moment for our democracy, I think. So welcome, and let's get started. I think, despite the fact that the focus of this conversation is going to be on the future, it would help everyone, I think, to set the stage a little bit and talk about the current state of affairs, what our democracy looks like right now. And we're coming out of, now it's a little over a year ago, but we're coming out of a pretty important election, a presidential election year that was really unlike certainly any other in my lifetime, but maybe any other ever. And we faced, a pandemic. We faced a lot of misinformation and disinformation, and frankly, we're having this election in the middle of a big debate over voting rights and over our democracy and what it looks like. And so I'm wondering if you could start us off by giving us your assessment of how we handled that moment as a nation, as a democracy. How well did it function during the 2020 elections?
Well, I don't want to start off, Sean, by being, particularly alarmist, but I think our democracy is at a crossroads. We are going to have to decide as a nation what path do we want to take? And I think you have to kind of pull back. If you look at what happened in November of 2020, in the middle of a pandemic, we conducted a totally fair election that involved more American citizens voting than ever before. And since that time, lies have been told. Attempts have been made to somehow portray what happened back in November 2020 as a steal, when in fact it was anything but that. And how we respond to that notion of the big steal and what's going on in our state legislatures around the country, where attempts are being made to suppress the vote, to affect who's even going to be able to count the vote. How we respond to that will determine the path of our democracy going forward. And as I said, I don't want to be, alarmist or hyperbolic, but I really do think that our democracy is at risk in a way that it never has been before, or not since the Civil War. And that's a pretty bold statement to make, but I think it's actually one that is substantiated by the facts that we're confronting.
I think we're those of us who work in this space talking about democracy and voting rights all the time are sort of, I agree, caught in this moment where we don't want to sound the alarm in a way that is going to sort of undermine people's faith in our democracy. Because as you said, we really proved how resilient and strong our democracy is in 2020 in the face of all of that. We had, the most secure election in our nation's history, according to the Department of Homeland Security, and one with record turnout at the same time. And but at the same time, we need to sound the alarm about these attacks that you referenced. And it's a balance we have to strike about what we need to do better without suggesting that somehow it's broken in the first place. And so you talked about these attacks, and as you know, at the Brennan Center, we track all of the voting rights legislation across the country, and we saw something in 2021 that we've really never seen before. We saw 19 states pass 34 restrictive laws restricting voting access, and that represents, we've now for about a decade seen this mounting set of attempts to suppress the vote and restrict access, but that was 1 out of every 3 laws passed since we started tracking laws in 2011 were passed in 2021. And it wasn't just those laws. There's the way that maps are being drawn right now in redistricting. There are attacks on election officials, threats to election officials, and so many other things that we saw last year that really show the way that there are folks who are set on attacking the system that we have now and claiming that something's wrong with it. And given that we just had this successful election, given that it was the most secure, what do you think is motivating this attack that we're seeing? Because what you hear from the people who are passing these restrictive laws is that there's a problem with election integrity, there's a problem with fraud, and I hope that most of the people watching this know and have heard that there's zero evidence for any of that. So I'm curious what you think it is that is motivating the attacks that we are currently seeing on our democracy.
This is all about power. I mean, it's plain and simple. It's all about the acquisition and the retention of power. Those anti-democratic forces in the country now see power potentially slipping away from them because of demographic changes in the nation, because of ideological shifts in the nation. And one party has made the determination that it is in their political interest to hold on to power and to do so by getting behind these anti-democratic efforts. I mean, it's a sad thing. It's also a frightening thing to think that one of our 2 major parties can stand behind the notion of making it more difficult for American citizens to vote, by really engaging in partisan and racial gerrymandering, the likes of which we have not seen before, and by actually subverting the infrastructure of our electoral system, by attacking people, Republicans as well as Democrats, people who are simply volunteering their time, or they are low-level elected officials who really just want to get the counting right. And they want to take from those kind of nonpartisan, neutral people, take that responsibility and put it in the hands of interested state legislatures, for instance. So this is, these are the mechanisms, and the why, I think, is all about, as I said, the retention of power. And the concern that I have there is that at least one party seems to be okay with what could grow into a political apartheid system where you have minority rule. The majority of the people in this country could cast ballots for candidates, for policies that are inconsistent with what the party in power wants to do, or they'd like to see themselves in power. And we might not have a system that would allow for the will of the people to actually be expressed in a way that their representatives actually end up serving in state legislatures as well as in the federal legislature.
And, so you touched on a couple things that maybe make this moment different than the past, but I want to ask you a little bit more about that. There is, sadly, the idea of putting up obstacles to voting and making it harder for certain segments of the population to vote is nothing new in this country. It's something that has been, the story of our democracy, frankly, for a very long time. Neither is it anything new for those efforts to be targeted at voters of color. And so I'm wondering, for you, what is it about this moment that is the same as what we've seen in the past? And what is it about this moment and the kinds of attacks that we're seeing that make this feel different to you?
Yeah, I mean, the way it strikes me as different is that we have the infrastructure of one party that has glommed on to the notion of the big lie, the notion that our electoral system is somehow, rife with fraud, casting doubt on, the efficacy, the neutrality of the electoral system. I'm not sure that we've ever seen that before. And to the extent that we have seen, attempts to subvert the vote, we've not seen it necessarily at the highest levels within a particular party. And now we have the leaders, a former president, people who are, in control of the party on the federal level, the highest levels at the state level as well. You see them all buying into this notion that it's good for them to suppress the vote. It's good for them to do gerrymandering. It's good for them to fool around with our electoral infrastructure. And that, the depths, the extent to which we see that permeating one of our two major political parties is not something that I think we have seen before. And, previous attempts to do these kinds of things were, maybe understood by people in Washington at high levels in, one party or the other. But at least, they made a show of saying these are things like that are not things that we're doing. It's inconsistent with who we are. Now there's no hiding it. People are saying at the highest levels, hey, yeah, there is fraud. The election was stolen. That's why we need to have these anti-democratic measures put into place. And that, I think, strikes me as fundamentally different from that which we've experienced before.
Yeah, the people who are at the sort of highest levels of this game, and this are saying that the rules to the game are rigged and that the game doesn't work, despite being the people who are sort of at the very top of that. I do think it's interesting how the folks at the highest levels of power are suggesting that the system that they are at the top of has somehow is broken. That does.
Yeah, I mean, the logical extension of what it is that they are doing is that unless they win the election, they think the elections are fraudulent. I mean, that really is kind of an extrapolation of the arguments that they seem to be making, and that really challenges, the tenets of the nation and the system that we say is uniquely American. For our system to work, both parties have to be willing to say, you know what, we lost the election here. We lost. We understand that happens. We're upset about it. We're mad about it. We're going to try to win, in the next cycle. And that's not what the people who are challenging our system now are saying. They're not willing to concede that they could actually have lost an election.
Right. So now I think we've got a sense of the moment that we're in.
We scared everybody now. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, I don't know that we're going to back away from that quite yet. But I want to talk a little bit about what comes next. So, in our, as I said, we track all this legislation, and we saw this wave of legislation like never before last year. We saw all kinds of attacks like we haven't seen before last year. But in our most recent roundup of what's happening in the states, we give a number of reasons for why we expect it to continue in 2022, right? We've already seen lots of bills being pre-filed or carried over from last year in state legislatures. We continue to hear the big lie and see it driving political forces. And so I'm wondering if these trends do continue, as they look like they will, what do you think that means for the state of our democracy down the road in 5 years or in 10 years?
Yeah, I'm real concerned about what our democracy is going to look like 5-10 years down the road. I mean, we not only have these bills that have been introduced and that will be introduced in 2022. The Brennan Center has done a great job in tracking those and raising them up so that the American people have a sense of what's going on in our state legislatures. We also have people running for office now, for at least in these critical positions, secretaries of state, attorneys general, and at lower levels, people in local election boards, people who have said that they believe in this idea, this lie, that somehow the election was stolen in 2020. So you couple these people who could win these elections with these bills that could be passed, and we could have in place a system that is not as resilient, that is not as committed to the rule of the people. And if you're presented with an election like we had in 2020, either at the presidential level or I think you need to understand at the gubernatorial level, at the federal Senate level, with regard to state legislative elections, you could have an infrastructure in place that would not stand for democracy, would not stand for a fair count. Now, I'm cautiously optimistic that we will not go down that path, that somehow, some way we'll work ourselves out of it. But that'll be determined by what it is that we do now. And I'd say over the course of the next, 12 to 18 months. I mean, I think that's about the time period that we've got to try to get this right, to try to make it right, so that our future is consistent with the notions that we have about, the American democracy.
So, you talked about this new trend of election denialists running to run our elections, and the Brennan Center is also sort of tracking the money going to those races. There's focus on that part of our electoral system in a way that maybe there hasn't been in the past. At the same time as we are seeing attempts of partisan manipulation of election administration, and you mentioned before that you're worried about how all of this how it undermines the idea of a government that is responsive to the will of the people, that is responsive to what the majority's vision for our country is. I'm wondering if we can talk for a second about what that means for how we deal with the moment that we're in other ways, because we are not only at a crucial moment for our democracy, but in the way that our elections work. But I think we've also in the last few years seen that we're in a critical moment when it comes to grappling with major demographic shifts in our country, when it comes to grappling with our nation's ever ongoing struggle against racial injustice. And I wonder if you can talk for a second about how you think these two things relate to one another. If we continue heading down this path with regard to how our democracy functions, what will that mean with how we're able to grapple with these issues and these changes that we're facing right now?
Yeah, we're in the midst of demographic changes, the likes of what this nation has never seen before. At one point, we said we were going to be have a greater number of people of color than white folks in 2050. I think that's now been moved up to 2043. This increasing diversity that we see in the nation can be a source of great strength, or it can be a source of great division. And, this is all of these things are mixed up. It's a question again of, who will have power? Is it simply going to be, we will count the votes irrespective of who casts them? Or are we going to make it more difficult for this new emerging majority to actually be able to express itself politically? That is kind of up in the air, but you can't divorce these demographic changes from this fight for political power retention. After a while, it almost becomes, and I think it has become, tribal, where people will do things that, if you look objectively, are against their self-interest, but allows them to retain power. And that is something that I think we've not necessarily seen to the degree that we're now experiencing. But I think we are naive. We're really naive, and we're dangerously naive to try to divorce racial things, ethnic things from this political fight that we are having. This is not a pure political fight. This political fight is infused with racial and ethnic concerns.
I think that there was a lot of reporting about some of the strains of political activity that were at the forefront of the attacks that we saw on our Capitol last year on January 6th that also sort of illustrate the way that that this tribal mentality and this idea of how demographic shifts might lead to certain groups losing power ties directly into the attacks that we're seeing on our democracy right now. You said I think you said 12 to 18 months are going to be crucial in determining where we head. And I'm wondering if you can tell us, what do we need to do in the next 12 to 18 months? What is the answer to this problem that you've laid out? How can we effectively address what we've made clear is a scary moment? What is it that needs to happen?
Well, I think it requires a degree of civic engagement that is not typical, that is not normal for so-called ordinary American citizens. I think what happens in 2022 with regard to the elections, both at the state and federal level, will be extremely important. So people need to vote. Whatever the barriers are that are placed in front of us, we need to make sure that we really vote, and then beyond election day that we stay engaged. We've got to push back against the redistricting, the inappropriate redistricting, the gerrymandering efforts that are going on now. It's something that I've really been involved in since 2017, where still have about half the states or so that are going to have to complete their redistricting process. That is something that I think that we need to focus on. But I really do think we tend to underestimate the power that we have as I said, as so-called ordinary citizens. If the American people are galvanized, if the American people are active, if the American people are focused, if the American people demand transparency and demand to be involved, we can have an impact on the course of our democracy and the direction that our democracy will take. It won't be easy. People tend to get enthused immediately before an election and then lose interest in things political immediately after election. We don't have that luxury now. We can't allow, you talk about a steal, we can't allow people to steal our democracy from us. My hope would be that this be something that would be, bipartisan in nature, that, good thinking Republicans and good thinking Democrats, good thinking independents could, somehow, work together to sustain our system, to repair our system. And I guess I'm, maybe naively, cautiously optimistic that is possible. But it's really going to be important for people in leadership positions to stand up for our democracy, to call out those people who are in those institutions that are engaging in anti-democratic activities. So I think this is something that can be done, but it's really going to involve individuals getting involved in a way that we don't typically do. This is a crisis. And Americans respond pretty well to crises, and so making the American people understand that this is a crisis that we have to confront. Maybe that will be something that will engage people in the way that I think is going to be necessary.
So you mentioned people need to speak up. They need to turn out and vote, but they also need to engage beyond just showing up to vote, right? That there's a level of civic engagement that's required. I do think, one sign of the fact that that's happening, I as a voting rights lawyer, I feel like the world around me cares about what I'm doing right now more than probably it has for some time. This is an issue that's rising up. And I think one way you see that manifest is in the fact that Congress, as the number one bill in both the House and the Senate that was introduced in this Congress were bills addressing our democracy, and right now, and acknowledging that the audience is viewing this a few days after we're having this conversation, but right now we are witnessing a fight in Congress over exactly these issues. That this is in the center of the political conversation. And I think that and Congress is, and what I mean is Congress is considering the Freedom to Vote John R. Lewis Act right now. I think that it has moved to the center because politicians are responsive to their constituencies. They hear what the voters want. And they know that voting rights has become an issue this is the thing that state legislatures are doing also because they're responsive to constituents. It's happening on the restrictive side of things, and state legislatures are passing laws to restrict access to voting. But it's also happening on the expansive side of things like we've never seen before. There are state legislatures that are expanding access to voting in many states, which has now led us to this moment where we sort of see divergent trends, and what access you have to the ballot box depends on where you live more and more. But Congress does have the opportunity to set that national standard and to keep that from being these diverging trends. So I wonder at this moment, which is a precarious one, what's happening day to day in Congress. We have our ups and our downs, and it's not clear where we're headed. And I don't think it will necessarily be clear where we're headed when everyone is watching this conversation. But just to follow up on what you said about how people need to be engaged civically, what is it that it will take for that kind of national action at the congressional level? And if it can't get done at the congressional level, are there other methods? Are there other forms of advocacy? Are there other things that your typical citizen can do that might get us to the outcome that you're looking for in the next 12 to 18 months?
Yeah, I want to emphasize the fact civic engagement, ordinary American citizen engagement is a powerful thing. If you remember the Women's March after the Trump election in 2016, that was a powerful expression by the women of this nation, and it reverberated. It had an impact on policy. It had an influence on the desire of the Trump government and the Trump administration. They were not, in the Republicans in Congress, they didn't do as much as they wanted to do. The mobilization by Indivisible and other organizations around the whole question, the whole healthcare, the repeal of Obamacare, that didn't happen. John McCain did the famous thumbs down, and that was, That's kind of an iconic moment. But other Republicans didn't vote the way in which their party would have expected them to vote because of, again, pressure from American citizens because they were engaged around that issue. Those are just two examples of the way in which regular Americans can have an influence on policy. With regard to the thing that I have been focused on, fighting gerrymandering, having a fair redistricting process. We've been getting citizens to come to hearings where maps are being considered. And when you turn people out to look at legislators actually being engaged in the line drawing process, what we have found is there's a direct connection between maps that are more fair and citizen participation in the process. And so that's why I really think that we need to understand at a really fundamental level that we still have the capacity, that we still have the power to influence the system. Most directly by by the votes that we cast, our participation in the political system, but also in what I would call the civic system. It's something that we have to find a way to be engaged in.
I'm hoping maybe we can end the conversation with, despite all of the crisis talk, about what a more optimistic view of the future might be if we're able to make those changes that you've been talking about, right? Like, let's say we Congress passes the Freedom to Vote John R. Lewis Act, and we once again have a strong Voting Rights Act that protects against race discrimination. We have a national standard for how elections should function, who can vote, how they can vote, that their votes will count. There was just a victory in Ohio for fair maps. This law in Congress would also handle partisan gerrymandering and lead to a fair redistricting process. If we're able to accomplish all of that, then what do you think the next 5-10 years hold? Then what do you think that will mean for what our democracy looks like and how we're able to handle the moment that we're in?
Yeah, again, I'm this person, this cautiously optimistic person, but I don't think that my cautious optimism is not a realistic view. And
not delusional optimism.
It's not delusional. And I say that because I look at our history. These seem like really dark times. Well, it seemed dark to women who wanted the right to vote, who fought for the right to vote, and who in that struggle undoubtedly thought this was never going to happen. It undoubtedly seemed to be a dark time to Dr. King, to John Lewis, in the midst of the civil rights movement, where they didn't think they were going to be able to, in essence, end an American apartheid system. Must have seemed like impossible to think about the possibility of same-sex marriage. And yet here we are. Women have the right to vote. We had a successful civil rights movement that really fundamentally changed the nation. Same-sex marriage is now essentially the law of the land. So yeah, we've had dark moments, but we have had people who have been able to push through those dark moments and get us to a good place, a successful place. Dr. King said that the arc of the moral universe is long and it bends towards justice. And I think that that's true, but that arc only bends when people like ourselves put our hands on that arc and pull it towards justice. And that's what the question we have to ask ourselves. What is it that we can do as individuals to put our hands on that arc and pull it towards justice? If we answer that question in the affirmative, that there are things that we can do and then engage in those activities, and be honest with ourselves. Be honest with ourselves. Have I actually done enough to put my hand on that arc and pull that arc towards justice? And if you can answer that in the affirmative, truthfully, we'll be okay. We'll be okay. Our history, I think, gives me that belief that through dark times we get to better places. We shouldn't be cowed by the uncertainties of the future. We should embrace those uncertainties. That's how we made, the 20th century an American century. I think we can make the 21st an American century as well. If we're not afraid of the future, if we're determined to master it in a way that's consistent with, our founding documents, consistent with, what we say to be American ideals, I think we can do this, but it's going to involve individual effort, individual responsibility, individual engagement. Well, thank you so much. I feel
I feel like we ended on a better note than we started on, and left us all with a good message for how we can be optimistic by doing what we need to do in order to get to that optimistic future. So thank you so much for taking this time to talk with me, and I hope everybody enjoyed it.
Right. Great talking to you, Sean. And I really appreciate all the great work that you're doing at the Brennan Center. Critical. You are the foundation for that cautious optimism that I have. Keep up the great work.
I appreciate that so much. Thank you.